らせていただきます。Okay. We are now ready to begin the second day of the InCAST J conference. Yeah, and we hope that the intellectual exchange at this conference will enrich the artistic and intellectual creativity of each participant. Yeah, and the first presenter is Dr. Asai. Okay, Asai 先生、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Kobayashi. My name is Asai. I've been working at Uptown Koenji Gallery for several years. Okay, I'll present my presentation. Let's start it.
こんにちは。
こんにちは。はい、Hello. 画面の共有。Okay. Can you see the Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll start it. Okay, my presentation is this title. This is not a mathematical formulas, but a concise simplification of the contents flow of the story. It's like a table of contents for presentation. At first, I'd like to introduce about the activities of the gallery. We, the gallery-related people, are really interested in the boundary between science and art. We have some original collaborative events every year, such as Science Week. And this is exhibition from science viewpoint, or authentic exhibition from art viewpoint. InCAST, this is now we're doing. And science at gallery, talking event on scientific topic with researchers and artists. From here, I'll present one topic covered in Science Week. Cool. This presentation is about an example of a case, like when the cutting-edge research is different from conventional wisdom. Anxiety or fear would hinder the progress of research. Brain death, death penalty, or DNA testing, or taboo things. Life and death issues cannot be promoted without social understanding, which is called ethical. I think that whether unrealistic things are accepted as reality is a problem that leads to this conference's theme, convergence reality. What is the next generation of intelligence of life or life? In response to the question, I try to write F brackets I. I is intelligence. I think that you may think of intelligence as life. Those who engage in purposeful activities, something that is established as a function to achieve. For example, the space probe we fly into the solar system is just a mass of matter. But because it flies while changing its trajectory toward the destination, it is an intelligent existence, different from other celestial bodies. The probe is an example of F brackets I, created and controlled by intelligence. AAI stands for Advanced Artificial Intelligence. It means the next generation of artificial intelligence. The intelligence created by the artificial flow with science and technology. NNI is next generation natural intelligence. NI, natural intelligence, represents us. The intelligence created by the flow of life, including us. There have been various discussions about the future of artificial intelligence and us, natural intelligence. Many of them have been considered conflicting, dominated, and uneasy. In this presentation, I'll talk about the extension of current science and technology that a more convergent future can be assumed. This is also a report of what was discussed in the gallery. In artificial flow, robot and AI, I'd like to confirm the progress of science and technology related to intelligence, which leads to AAI. Robot is a robot technology that can be used as an alternative to humans or as human tool. It evolved from tools and machines. It represents the progress of the technology and the improvement of its functions. AI is artificial intelligence. Robot technology have been supported by control technology, and it's highly versatile and enable control, including advanced judgment. Advanced judgment is a human matter, but compared to the composition of human beings, it can be said that it can respond to cultural activities such as artistic activities based on the field of motion and simple judgment. Is this just created simply strong and fast? And does it have human and cultural value judgments? Can Pinocchio be human? If the doll wanted to be human, no matter what material it is forming, can it be said that it shares the essence of the human thing of wishing at that time? When you wish upon a star, you already have possibility and you are already intelligent life. Cyborg and NI. I'd like to confirm the technological progress in intelligence that leads to NNI. NI represents us, natural intelligence. Research is underway on our hardware, organs, cells, and muscles, as well as how organize software and information. We are also making great strides in the technology of replacing some of our body and hardware with tools and machines, as well as cyborg technology. Cyborgs complement our functions, such as wearing glasses or metal teeth. We have replaced parts of the body damaged by illness or injury with machines, and now the Paralympics are held in Japan this year. prosthetic hands or legs can now be controlled by acquiring signals that move muscles from the brain. This technology is called brain-machine interface technology. But ultimately, the purpose it is to directly acquire the state of signal processing in the brain from the brain and control the motor system and other organs beyond the nervous system. This goal assumes that signals from specific parts of the brain are extracted. But on the other hand, the research is also underway on providing information from observation instruments that provide information to the brain. Observation instruments are the 5 senses: sight and tactile sensations and the nervous system that transmit those signals. Information from the sensory devices sent to the brain as a chemical and electric signal. If the process is seen, information from sight, tactile sensation, and hearing propagating nervous as the same kind of signal. These signals are processed in the brain and giving us the existence of the world. You can probably generate or control this information. In addition, for example, it is possible to inherit software, including experience and knowledge, by reproducing brain cells and inheriting information, such as regenerative medicine technology, and it can be used as external memory. We are spiritual creatures, and in order for us to live, we must build within ourselves a world for ourselves to live. Okay, now, can they be convergent? The flow of artificial things and the flow of life. As we know, they are already mixed with each other. The flow of artificial intelligence can acquire DNA information that we have been shared. The standard we judge as the same life is whether the flow of DNA information that is subsequently passed down is connected to us, which is considered to the present life. Current technologies reproduce complex chemical reactions and self-replicating systems, and those that meet the requirements of what is life are expected to be made in the laboratory soon. In addition, even if ancestors are different from our lives, there are enough that those that meet the requirements of life will be discovered on other planets. They are defined as the same life, but I think they feel far from AI, which shares the same DNA with us. The flow of artificial life can share this DNA information. Blueprints are shared. The rest is a question of whether to make it out of soil or metal. So what will happen to the flow of nature life, including those of us? Our bodies can be replaced by machines as cyborg technology. We create the body and brain from DNA information, learn software as a culture, as a worldview, and live in that world. The information can be generated or retrieved as information. deploying software such as basic motor cycle, or language, functions, emotions, and will is similar to deploying as OS operating system or application in computer in hardware called the brain. Sorry. Does the software exist? Hardware exists, but software as culture and information doesn't exist physically, but it exists as a variable to humans. These are likely to be integrated and converged, not so distant future. The old essential question has not been solved. Is the mind and body separate? Is hardware and software different? How far is I, myself? Are they a continuous and convergence? Do we have free will and minds that are considered to be our essence in materials or energy? The universe, which is just a collection of them, has no purpose or will and appears to be doing just inertial movements. As a result of the process of understanding the world analytically, the dualistic world is about to be understood, at least in a unified manner in the physical world. I'm very interested in how we, humans, as spiritual beings, will converge and integrate along with the future of InCAST. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Asai. Thank you for your presentation. And any question?
You give me a question.
Yeah, do you have any question from your audience?
I don't have questions.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Can I have? Can I say some comments myself?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
The matter I talked now was talked in the gallery several years ago, basically. And this coming December, we'll have an event, and we'll talk about virtual reality or artificial intelligence. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, please join the event this coming December, the last month of this year. I will inform you.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, my English was broken, I think.
Dr. Asai, thank you so much. And
about time, right?
Yeah, time is 58 minutes. Yeah. Okay. ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Asai. Okay. Yeah. And the next presenter is Miki Furukawa. Miki Furukawa, you there? 古川さんが、一応先ほどもちょっと僕連絡させていただいたんですけど、すみません、浅井先生、何か古川さんの
はい
いらっしゃいますか？
なんかちょっと今連絡が来ていて、
はい。
交通のせいか、ちょっと入れ替えられれば次入れ替えることできますか？
はい、わかりました。少々お待ちください。はい、OK, just a moment, please. Miss Furukawa is the next presenter, is Miki Furukawa, but she's a little bit late to be here. So,
くれるって。
すみません。データをもらってるので、それを流したいと思います。
それはもう閉まってんの？
流しますね。
今入れるんで、今入れます。
もうちょっと待ってね。じゃあ、それでいくね。小林先生小林先生
はい。
古川さんからいただいているデータ、発表データがありますので、そのまま今流します。
Okay, and thank you.
はい。
流しますね。
Yeah, and now, we have data of next presenter of Miki Furukawa. So now we are going to on air that data. それではよろしくお願いします。
はい。じゃあ、鈴木さん、よろしくお願いします。
はい。少々お待ちください。
はい。バックアップがありますね。今いける？
いけます、いけます。
いけます？こっちもいけますよ。
大丈夫です。ご覧になれてますでしょうか？ご覧になれてない気がする。どうでしょう？見えますか？
まだですね。
なるほどです。ちょっと今日の仕方変えます。すみません。
すみません、お願いします。
すみません、なんで、こちらからやってみてもいいですか？
でもすぐなので、しますよ。
はい、ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。Okay, next presenter is Miki Furukawa, and the theme is Trace Your Skin Part 2.
ごめんなさい。ちょっとパソコンが固まっちゃいました。すみません。バックアップできればお願いします。すみません。
はい。
すみません。ムーさんお願いできますか？すみません。
はい。
お願いします。
OK。じゃあ、ムーさんお願いします。
じゃあ、画面共有してさせていただきます。見えてますでしょうか？
はい。
見えてます。We can see it.
音声が来てないか。
音声いってないですか？大丈夫かな？
音声来てないです。
音声が来てない。承知しました。ちょっとやはり、 他の方と順番変わっていただくという形可能でしょうか。
はい、わかりました。それではちょっと順番を変わっていただこうと思っております。すいません、古川さんの次の、プレゼンテーターの方は、大黒さんでした。違いますか？違うか。どなたでしたっけ？
大黒さんであってます。
大黒さんですよね。はい、ありがとうございます。すいません、ミスター大黒。
はい。
Are you ready to your presentation?
Yes, but should I talk in English only or Japanese? Okay.
If you can, please talk with your English. If it's difficult, yeah. じゃあすいません、日本語で喋るときに、もしちょっと英語でのご発表が難しい場合がある場合は、すいません、カロリーナさん、ベロニカさん、ちょっと通訳のほどよろしくお願いできますでしょうか。ちょっと同時通訳になってしまいますけれども。
準備なし、いきなり通訳するのはちょっと難しいのですから、
はい、すみません、
英語でお
大黒さん
願いできるならお願いします。
はい、大黒さん、すみません。じゃあ、可能な限り英語でよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
はい、すみません。無理を言います。ありがとうございます。Okay, next presenter is Mr. Daikoku. Yeah. Okay, street art and the theme is street art and virtual reality. 大黒さんよろしくお願いいたします。
英語のが入ってれば。
そうですね。英語の、はい、サブタイトルとか入ってれば大丈夫でございますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
ありがとうございます。
はい。Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Kenji Daikoku. I'm producer of art project and area development project. Main project is mural project. Do you know mural? Mural is street art that is totally legal, and this is communication project. I start in Koenji. Now I live in Koenji from 2016. And this year I start Nakano mural project too. Like that. Already maybe 12 or 13 murals in the town. It is not many. It's very not many, but that is very difficult. It is very difficult that mural project in Japan. Here, everybody don't know about mural. Yeah, we have to make from culture, I think. Yeah, so we are trying now. Today, I want to talk about mural. 大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですね。About mural, but as media, mural as media, mural effect for city. Yeah. For city effect. First one is that is public art, so everybody can see in the street. Very big, so huge impact. Everybody, for everybody, and many foreign media interview about us. So the information spread, the town, city information spread to the world, and many media, because I think everybody Tokyo is okay, good, cool city, but they don't know about Tokyo's street art. New York, very much. Yeah, many European country very much, but Japan, there is manga. Everybody know Japanese visual is very nice, but there is no information and not many information about street art. It's similar to manga, but that culture is not big, and the media is not huge. So everybody in the world can't know about Tokyo mural. So they are focused on our project, I think. Yeah. So I have to study English more. But yeah, next is community development. That is the most important point for me. I have to, at first, I start the mural project, but I don't know how many communication I need. I want to contact to government. I want to contact to local people, shopping street managers, communication about mural. I have to at first, but now I need it, and it is very important important project for city. We have to talk about the mural and about that area, about history, and about what everybody think about this area. So the making mural is spread and make more communication with city people over the category, over the age. Yeah. And third point is landscape. The landscape creation is, dirty world to beauty world and beauty scene. We create it. And a derivative project like movie archiving, movie project, movie interview to interview of city people, like that. And information media, text media, photo media, and tour guide service, and merchandise, and make more new entertainment by using mural, I think. Next task is contribution to the development of the city, more and more, I think. So I want to make information guide more, and uniqueness, because the number of mural is not so much. In Hawaii, maybe 100 mural in the small area, factory area. But I do 5 years this project, but only 13 murals, so it's not so many. So I need some uniqueness. Yeah. So I think the mural to the future entertainment. So not only the wall art, I can use and make new way to enjoy the mural. That is one of the idea I want to explain that point today. Mural is a connection code to information. So AR and MR technology, I think, by using smartphone and MR glass, MR goggle, like that, mural to animation. So if by using smartphone AR technology, inside the monitor, the virtual world mural will move as an animation artwork. Yeah, and in Japan, manga creator, there's many talented manga creator. So I want to make manga mural, and by using technology, make animation. It's a plan. It's a plan now. Planning now. And mural to information. It's much more normal about artwork. We are making. We make the movie work every time when we make mural. So there is many movies. For example, from the mural, speedy and directly check the making movie and artist interviews and areas, people's interviews and area guide. For example, if you want to eat lunch, this shop's owner is very crazy, like that. Yeah. And yeah, so I think street art and mixed reality or augmented reality is very interesting and nice idea. So now I make new team of make the animation and application. Yeah, that is my plan, and very difficult to explain, but mural is in the real street, so, and everybody have to go to that town and the front of the building. It's very directly experiments, and maybe we can find some new thing the other of mural, and make using by using technology, we can access to virtual reality. The door is with the window is mural, but we can go to the virtual reality. But reality and virtual reality is link, and we can explain many information in virtual reality, and in the not in the room, in the street, we can link the virtual reality and the reality's layer. Is very interesting. So street art is maybe will change for the fit to the future, next generation. And it is very interesting thing. Yeah, this is my presentation. Thanks. 以上であります。
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Daikoku. And any question?
I have a question.
So,
Okay, please. Yeah.
Should I start?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Please.
So my question is, if part of the artwork or the whole artwork is digital and it is stored within the virtual space, not in the physical form, what about keeping it alive? I mean, what about storing it? We know that in 20 years the technology will change dramatically. Even now we have a lot of artworks that were made in the 70s and 80s using the first computers, and they are no longer accessible unless you have access to very old vintage and still working equipment. So there is a problem in storing the artworks made in digital world if they based on currently available technology, and what is more difficult, currently working systems like the internet. I suppose that within 20 years the internet will still exist, but it will be in a it might be in a dramatically different form. So some things may no longer work, which is something different to a natural mural, which is of course prone to destruction. Nevertheless, it seems much more stable. And don't get me wrong, I'm a digital artist myself, so I'm actually trying to solve the same problem. But I was curious if you have thought about it and how to make these artworks last for, I don't know, 20 years, 40 years.
Okay, so I will try to translate your question, okay? まあ、つまりは、外国産の作品が、ミュラルでも、まあ、デジタルパーツもありますよね。で、出ている問題は、どうやってこのデジタル側を守ろうとしますか？だってさ、例えば今は、70年代ぐらいのデジタル作品が残っているが、でもね、とても古いパソコンや機械を持っていない方は、それを全然見られなくなりました。現在もデジタルがとっても早く変わるので、もし10年とか20年が経っていれば、まあ、インターネットさえとっても変わるようになりましたと思っています。もちろん、荒崎さんもデジタルアーティストだし、同じ問題と戦っているが、でも、大学さんはどう思いますか？だってさ、ミュラルはね、まあ、時間が経てば壊れるものけど、でもそれでも、デジタル作品より、急行らしくて、だから、大学さんはどうやってこのデジタル側を守ろうとしますか？
ごめんなさい。最後ちょっと音声途切れちゃったんです。最後の方だけもう一回ください。
最後の方ね。だってさ、ミューラルはね、ミューラルそのもの、壁に書いたものは、まあ、時間が流れば、もちろん変わるものけど、でもそれでも、デジタルデータより、強固なものですから、まあ、安定的なものですから、だから、どうやってこのデジタル側を守ろうとしますか、大黒さん。
そうですね。デジタル側を守るっていう、デジタルの世界が消えていくスピードが速いということは、It is, thank you for your question. I don't think too much about the save for the digital art. So your question is very fresh, but I have to think, of course. Yeah. You say the mural is permanent more than the digital art. I think so. Same, but for example, the art canvas is more long to leave. We can save, but mural is more short time for the. But we make the photo and movie many. Sometimes 3 months destroy the building. We don't hear about that sometimes says. And street art is more short. The illegal street art is more short, but vibration mind of the mural art is from street art. So
で、つまりは、
はい。
はい、つまりは、ミュラルそのものは長生きではないものですから、このデジタルを守らなくても、どうせこの作品は一瞬の作品のものです。ということですか？
なんかそこまでどうせなくなるからっていうことではないんだけども、なんかこう、やっぱり実験しながら作っていく過程で、その作品として保全するというよりも、こういろんなことをアプローチしようとしてみようっていう意思の方が強くって、なので、割とその一緒にやるアーティストとかにもそういう事情を説明した上で、トライしてみようっていうことで、いろんなリスクもちょっと承知でこう向かっていってるっていう感じです。
わかりました。So when mural is created, it's not something that will live so long as a painting. And when the artists approach this project, they also are aware of those risks. And the main idea and the main most important thing of the project is the experimentation, the trying of new things, and what stays after that, rather than preserving the mural for many, many, many years. Of course, it's still important so that it stays, but not as much as the process and everything that comes with it. うまく伝えたかどうかわからないけど。
ただ、デジタルアート、NFT とかもそうですけど、デジタルアートをこうどう未来に生かしていくかとかは、考えなくてはいけないと思うので、今回の話においてもそこは大切にしていこうと思います。
But I also do acknowledge that it's important to think about how we will preserve the digital side. And starting from now on, I will start paying attention to it even more.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and time is coming. So we have to have a preparation time and 5 minutes. じゃあすみません、5分後に再開します。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. 大国さん。
So much, Mr. 大国。
さっきはすみませんでした。ちょっとこのタイミングで、投影のテストだけさせてください。これは本番のファイル共有ではないので、
はい、よろしくお願いし
だけ
ます。
送っちゃいますけれども、やらせてください。
ありがとうございます。ちなみに古川さんと連絡つく方。
いえ、ごめんなさい。僕から伝えてなかったんですけれども、古川さんは、予定としてちょっと都合が合わないので、今回、ビデオでっていうことで、最初から伺っておりました。
承知いたしました。
はい
ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
今の状態で画面って映ってますか？
確認します。お待ちください。あ、映ってますね。大丈夫です。
はい。であれば大丈夫かなと思います。では、時間になりましたら、こちら、流し始めるようにします。
あ、そうそう、もう時間なんですよね、実は。
あ、そうなんですか？
そうです。まあ、でもちょっと5分休憩取るって言ったんで、まあ、55分ぐらいからで、まあ、ちょっと押してもしょうがないですね。はい。
あ、そうですか。まあ、こちらでもいいんですけど、お願いします。
はい。あ、すいません。浅井先生いらっしゃいます。お話できますでしょうか。
これ5分休憩って言ったから5分経ったら始めましょう。
はい、ありがとうございます。すみません、浅井先生、それで星野先生で本日、
はい。参加してませんか、今。
僕の方でちょっと星野先生の名前がちょっと見当たらないですね。
ちょっとじゃあ今、もう、ダイレクトで、こちらやってみます。
ありがとうございます。
ちなみに一応、星野先生からもバックアップデータをいただいているので、
じゃあもう、
こちらも可能ではあります。
ありがとうございます。で、中野さんお休みですよね。
いや、私の近くにいます。
あ、そうですか。じゃあ、問題ないですね。ありがとうございます。
してます。
はい、ありがとうございます。はい。初めてのもので、すみません、本当に。
いや、もう本当すみません、なんかいろいろ。
はい、ありがとうございます。
一回あと何分でやるか、英語で言った方がいい。
そうですね。
よし、何倍大丈夫ですか。
なくなったら。いや、パワポだけあるんですけど、出るまでに必要だと思って。
Okay, and we will resume the conference in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
問題なさそう。
小林先生。
はい。
はい。星野さん、今、現地からなんか、いつもだったらちゃんと行くのにっていうことで、回線がおかしいような状態なんで、で、バックアップをいただいているので、この古川さんと同じように、もし星野さんの回線復旧しなければ、バックアップでいきます。
承知いたしました。
はい。
Okay, and the time is coming. And the next presenter is Miki Furukawa, and her theme is Trace Your Skin Part 2. And we have her backup data. So, yeah. let us start. じゃあすいません、お願いします。
Okay, apply.
皆さん、こんにちは。聞こえてますでしょうか？ちょっと今回は、動画にて、皆さんに、発表をお届けできればと思っております。よろしくお願いします。はい、今回は、私と、あと、この3人でですね、発表している、InCASTにて展示をしているトレース・ユア・スキン2について、ご紹介をいたします。はい、今回の作品トレース・ユア・スキン2は、今年7月に行ったトレース・ユア・スキンの、続編のような、作品になっています。今回は、前回の活動も踏まえつつ作品について紹介をいたします。まずはこんな感じで、アジェンダ進んでいきます。ではまず作品の概要についてお伝えします。本作はリア透過フィルムを活用し、ポーランドと日本でコミュニケーションを取りつつ同時に絵を描く体験型の作品となっています。今回の非物理的な接触を通して相手と絵を描くということで、個々の感覚器官に訴え、ウィズコロナ時代の今後の新しい接触方法を、探るというところを、目的とした作品になっています。ことを、目指しています。で、まずこのペイントを通して、コミュニケーションする方法、さっき、コミュニケーションたくさん出てると思うんですけど、今回このたくさん出てるというかこの、スライドの、テーマにも書いてあると思うんですけど、この方法をコミュニケーションペイントと私が、名付けております。ガラスの、透明な板、ガラスもしくは透明な板の内側と外側で参加者と企画者もしくは参加者同士が同時に絵を描くということ、そういったやり方をしています。この写真自体は、去年の11月に、開催したコミュニケーションペイントイベントです。ララポートという商業施設のショーウィンドウで行いました。今年も実は今月11月28日に立川のララポートで、行うので、もしご機会ある方ぜひという感じなんですけど、はい、こんな感じでコミュニケーションペイントというのをこれまでやってきました。で、これですね。これが、6月にこのInCASTの今、展示会場になっているような場所の1階の窓ガラスで行ったコミュニケーションペイントについてもお話しします。こんな写真の感じで、1グループ10分間事前予約制でこういった活動を行っていました。こんな感じですね。これをやるにあたってガラスをトントントンと叩いたりとか、あとはその参加者同士の共通言語である丸三角四角とかいう記号を書いたりするなど、コミュニケーションペイントならではの特異的な参加者とのやり取りがありました。こんな感じですね。で、次に行きます。これが、前回あと今回ですね、発表している作品についての紹介に移ります。これは先ほど説明したコミュニケーションペイントというものを遠隔で行う実験です。日本側のアクリル板にはリア透過フィルムという、片面だけですね、反射するフィルムを使用していて、ポーランド側の姿が映し出されています。でそれと同時に日本側の映像も、ポーランドの窓ガラス、今回はアクリル板ですかね、に、映し出されています。でこのようにして日本とポーランドで、同時にガラス越しに絵を描くようなそんな情景を、体験することが可能となっています。こんな感じですね。こんな感じで今、ジャパンとポーランドで討論をしている形になります。続いて作品のバックグラウンドについてお話をします。トレース・ユア・スキンという、作品のタイトルに、ある思いとしては、触れることができないのならばせめてフィルター越しにあなたの肌に触れさせてみたいな、 そういったような切実な、今の気持ちを込めた、タイトルが付けられています。今回の作品は触れたいけど触れられないという現在コロナ禍っていう中でなかなか相手に触れるっていうところでリスクが伴う、時期というか時代になっていますが、その中でも触れたいっていう気持ちの揺れみたいなところを今回リア透過フィルムだったりプロジェクターなどの科学の技術を駆使しながら、表現することを、試みました。はい、で次に行きます。次に、今回と前回の作品の関係について、お話をしたいと思います。前回ですね、活動をする中で、ビデオツールやフィルム、アクリル板などのさまざまなフィルターを介した遠隔コミュニケーションを行ったんですが、その中でガラス越しのコミュニケーションペイントに比べて得られる情報が非常に少ないというところを実際にやってみて体感することができました。またネットワークによる遅延で相手が少し遅れて見えるとか、あとちょっとずれて見えるとか、
Excuse me, Professor Vandalas, could you turn off your microphone because we cannot hear an
リ
echo
アル
from
で
you?
の体験よりかはすごく情報が少ないっていうところを痛感しました。で、日本、それとポーランド側がちょうど人が少なくなっているのか、人がいない時に日本側だけで一人で絵を描いたりとか、そういう一方的なメッセージを渡すというか、コミュニケーションが成立しないような状況っていうところもありました。はい。でもですね、前回の実験によってそういったような障害があることによって、よりですね、それを乗り越えてでも接触したい、もっと探りたいという気持ちが出てきたことも面白かったです。それはある種の人間の根源的欲求といいますか、その中でも触れたいと思うのってすごく人間らしさを感じるなっていうところを気づかせてもらったりとかで、その中でも意思疎通ができたって感じる瞬間が時々あるんですけど、手を触れたら相手も同じポーズをしてくれて、一緒に下にずらしていくと相手もずらしてくれたとか、そういったちょっとした意思疎通ができたかもしれないっていう瞬間にすごくより深い喜びを感じる瞬間があったりしました。はい。相手と自分の間にあるそういったコミュニケーションの障壁っていうところがより顕著に現れる中で、私たちはいろんな表現手段を用いて表現技術を模索しながらいろんな手段を引き出すことができる、クリエイティブに引き出すことができていたように感じます。はい。で、はい。今回の作品ですね、トレイス・ユア・スキン2では、トレイス・ユア・スキンのいろんな分かったことっていうところをもとに日本とポーランドの双方の、フィルムの素材であったり大きさっていうところを、研究しながら、双方向性インタラクションなものっていうものを意識した、コミュニケーションができるような形を模索して、再挑戦をしています。本カンファレンスの、15日の後と、20日にも、皆さんが参加できるような方法で、イベント形式で実験を行いますので、ぜひお近くの方はというかできそうな方はぜひ参加していただけると嬉しいです。はい、こんな感じですね。前回もお話をさせていただいたんですけど、やっぱりガラス越しでコミュニケーションを取るとか、いろんな媒介していろんな媒体を挟んでコミュニケーションを取るっていうところで顕著に見えてくる壁と、それと同時に見えてくる自分の欲求っていうか、もっと相手のことを知りたいなとか、逆にそこにプラスして出てくるこの人ってこういう人なんだっていう普段言語でのコミュニケーションだとわからない部分が見えてきたりとか、いろんな発見が あるっていうところで、日々私もなんかこれは面白いなと思っているんですけども、今後もぜひぜひこう、ポーランドの方と今回やったみたいな感じでいろんな場所で今後やっていきたいなっていうところをすごく思っています。非日常と日常でつないでみたりとか、いろんな場所でつないだりとか、なんかいろんな地域であったり、こう時間も超えてなんかコミュニケーションペイントっていうのをやっていきたいなというふうに思っております。はい、以上で発表終わります。ありがとうございました。またお会いしましょう。
Thank you, Miki Furukawa. And any question? I think very interesting presentation of her presentation. Yeah. すみません、浅井先生。And Miki Furukawa is not here, so let us have a preparation time 5 minutes. So we will resume in 5 minutes later. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add that the tracer skin installation is active today after the conference in the Academy of Art in Szczecin in the Czarna Sala, so in the black room. And it will also be active next week on Sunday for a little bit of longer period of time. So if you are interested in coming and taking part in it, I would like to invite you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Veronica.
Very interesting. Okay. それでは鈴木さん、ちょっとやりたいと思います。先ほどのですね。
はい。
参加者で、すべてミュートですね。
すべてにミュートにはさっきなってたんですけど、はい、それで、すべて、そうですね、終わった後、発表の後ですね、ミュート、自分自身のミュート解除っていうところをチェック入れて、また使えるようにしてあげてください。
はい、わかりました。
お願いします。
すみません、今日の、最後のご挨拶、鈴木さんいかがでしょうか。
準備できているので、最後にやりますよ。大丈夫です。
はい、ありがとうございます。楽しみにしております。
そうすると、星野さんのやつは流しますか？
どうでしょうか、星野さん。
はい、こんばんは。
よろしくお願いします。
映ってますでしょうかね。
はい、こちらからは、確認できます。
よかったです。もうすごい回線状況が悪くて、ちょっとですね、映像長さはちょっと心配なんですけれども、一応動画でご用意しましたので、
はい、
流したいと思います。もうすぐ行ってお休みした方がいいんですか？
一応5分休憩取ると言ったので、まあそうですね。はい。
はい。じゃあスタンバイしておきます。
よろしくお願いします。
はい。
すみません、星野先生、それでご発表のタイトルなんですけど、
はい、
ちょっとその一回英語で言ってみていただけますか。
ですね、Beauty in Inertial Space ってことですね。完成空間における、美しさというようなテーマなんですけども。
あれですか、星野先生は。
はい。
はい。楽しみにしております。よろしくお願いします。
はい。ちょっとタイムラグがちょっとあるんでしょうかね。
大丈夫です。僕は今ちょっと詰まっただけなので。
お願いします。
はい。星野先生はなんか美学とか感性学かなんかご研究されてたんですか？
どちらかというと、そうですね。科学よりは、哲学の方でしょうかね。美学ですね。
僕もずっと哲学というか、バルター・ベンヤミン研究で。
なんかそうですね、ベンヤミンの。私のどちらかというと、なんでしょうね、ギリシャ哲学ぐらいからちょっと浅く広く美学についてやってて。
じゃあ、美学会とかにも結構出てらっしゃる感じですか？
そうですね、今その準備をしているところなんですけども。
そうなんですか。へえ。
で、浅井さんとは、私が、ちょっとこの話を何のしてもいいんですかね、よくわかんない。
もうちょっとだけ、はい、大丈夫です。はい、
で、私の球を見てもらったときに、これは、現象として完全に宇宙とか、自然のものがもうそのガラスの中で、なんていうの、化学変化を起こして立ち上がってるんだねってことを言ってて、そのいわゆる現象それ自体が人間ってどこかで美のその要素を感じているっていうところは、それはその芸術っていうものに昇華する以前の、見たこともないなんか例えばハッブル宇宙望遠鏡の写真が綺麗だなっていう無意識のうちに感じるぐらいのレベルにあるのかなっていうのをちょっと今、生命の哲学みたいな感じですね。生き物ってなんだろうっていうところにちょっと今研究のなんていうかな、最終段階というかですね、今のスタンスとしてはありますね。
もうすごい面白そうですね。
そうなんですね。で、それがガラスっていうその辺も浅井先生のいろいろレクチャーを受けたんですけど、非線形系の世界の中での出来事っていうのはやっぱり生命とつながっていきますしというところで、科学的なアプローチとその哲学的な思考がすごくガラスを通してつながっているなっていうのを思っています。それのガラスの部分の、ちょっと触りの部分になりますのでよろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
動画がこの回線に耐えられるかどうか心配ですが、一応共有します。後ほど。
もし耐えられなかったら、こちらの方で、
そうですね。
データすでにいただいておりますので、共有させていただきますので、ご心配なく。はい、じゃあ、そろそろ、時間ですかね。はい。じゃあよろしくお願いします。
これも流していいですかね。
はい。じゃあ、僕はお願いしますと言ったら、流す形で、まずご紹介させていただきますので。
はい。
はい、よろしくお願いします。Okay, and next presenter is Mr. Hoshino, and Mr. Hoshino's theme is beauty in inertial space. Okay, Mr. Hoshino.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. My name is Masahiko Hoshino. I'm a glass artist, and my researching essence of beauty through various phenomena that occur in an amorphous material of glass. From here, I have prepared video documents. Okay.すいません。
こちらもし全く同じものでしたら、こちらで流してしまいますが。
ちょっとやはり風車が回ってしまってですね。
はい、わかりました。こちらで流すようにします。
すいません。よろしくお願いします。
I have some video, so I'll play the video. Wait a minute. So, yeah, enjoy it.
This title is Beauty in Inertial Space. This presentation is philosophical consideration of the essence of beauty. We started by approaching the diverse aesthetic facts of glass. At the beginning of the presentation, please take a look at these pictures. These pictures may look like space or biology, but they are phenomena that occurred inside glass. What's more, this is the world inside a grass bead of only 3 centimeters, and this is a whole image of grass bead, and these are my grass artwork. My research began when I find these phenomena in grass to be very beautiful. This is the beginning of my research. In grassworks, the human opportunity to control the chemical reactions of matter makes the artistry stand out. But at the same time, the various phenomena in the grass also represent the nature order and the material changes in the universe. The physical reaction of grass and the phenomena of precipitation led to the question of what it means to be beautiful, and what beauty means to human beings. This question led to the glass melting experiment in microgravity. Today, I would like to talk about the beginning of my research. What is glass? This is a story about the beauty created by melting of sand and ash. I will be showing you the relationship between grass and humanity from 3 perspectives. Chapter 1, Ornaments. Chapter 2, Optical lenses. Chapter 3, Modern grass. During this short presentation, we will trace the long history of grass, discuss the interface between science and grass, and then moved on to attempt to melt grass in space, free from gravity. How does grass behave in microgravity space? What kind of beauty does it represent? And what is the essence of beauty? This is an impossible view of these questions. Chapter 1, Ornaments. My works are grass beads. They are called tombodama in Japanese. Its origins go back to the time of ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt. This was about 5,000 years ago. This one is ancient Egypt. They are very colorful and have a unique form. Grass beads have been excaved from the well-known royal tomb of Tutankhamun. The golden mask is also decorated with a large number of colored grasses. In ancient Mesopotamia, the process of making grass was engraved in cuneiform script. The technique was kept a secret. This is a human face bead that was created in Phoenicia and Carthage. There's a Roman bead. This technique has been continued to the present day. In Japan, grass beads have been found in ruins from the Jomon and Yayoi periods. Many grass beds have been found at the Yoshinogari ruins during the Yayoi period. The Yayoi period is 2,000 years ago. Next one is Magatama. Magatama is ornament with a unique Japanese shape found since the German period, and is said to be origin of Japanese beauty. The glimmer of grass created by the frames held a mystical quality, and as a sign of prestige, it became a symbol of wealth and power for kings and priests. The use of grass as ornament marked the beginning of mankind's relationship with grass. Later, with the innovation of the grass blowing technique, which is well known grass art, the use of grass materials expanding and evolved from ornaments to bases, vessels, and early plate glass for window. Colored plate glass gave rise to stained glass, which played an important role in decorating interior space, from church architecture in medieval Europe to modern architecture. While glass has developed in many parts of the world, mainly as an ornament, the understanding of silicate compound, though the advancement of science and technology, has given rise to a wide variety of use such as optical lenses, silicon semiconductors, high-purity optical fibers, and long-life recording media, making it an important material that supports cutting-edge technology. Chapter 2: Optical lenses. A key role in the scientific revolution of the 17th century was played by the innovation of optical instruments such as microscope and telescope, which gave mankind a new perspective. Here, the glass played the most important role as a lens. The pure glass produced, though improvement acquired, a new role as a clear optical lens. Lenses and the prism encouraged the development of microscope and telescope. For the first time, mankind had scientific vision, and glass supported the beginning of science. The first recorded scientific tool was Robert Fuchs' micrographia in 1665. Hooke's observation of cork led him to discover that living things are made up of tiny lumps. It's called a cell. Galileo Galilei visited a glass studio in Venice in search of pure glass to improve the accuracy of his telescope. This shows a glass studio around the 16th century. In the same period, lenses and prism brought a new scientific knowledge. Isaac Newton used prism to study the spectrum of light and wrote about optics. Descartes wrote La Dioptrique. In this book, he discussed light, reflection, the eye, and the senses, and 10 lectures on the effects of lenses on light and vision. In this way, the glass was treated as a mystical substance, supported the beginning of science, and many findings have advanced the study of light and deepened our scientific understanding of the world. Therefore, we benefit from glass every day in our modern world. Increasing the value of its use recognize the need for glass. Chapter 3: Modern Glass. Glass, which has had a deep connection with mankind since as far back as BC, had to wait for scientific progress in order to understand its detailed composition. Even though ancient craftsmen had skillfully synthesized glass, it was mainly based on experience, could not be called scientific in terms of reproducibility. Eventually, the accumulation of experience and knowledge led to a better understanding of glass composition. Glass was used in many fields as material with externally high quality and thermal and chemical stability, formability, and abrasion resistance. However, the scientific understanding of glass has not yet completely understood physical properties. For example, is glass a solid or liquid? What is the molecular structure of glass? Even these questions have not been clearly answered. New insights into glass materials are still being reported in relation to change in the environment, such as the percentage of mixtures and the melting temperatures. Here, I would like to share some interesting findings that will lead to our research topic, beauty in inertial space. This is an attempt to melt glass floating in the air. This technological innovation and the insight into the nature of matter it reveals have made it possible to verify beauty in inertial space. What are we going to find in our attempt to float and melt glass? The issue we discussed can be explained in this way. When glass is melted in microgravity, how do the phase transition, structure, and form show difference from the terrestrial gravity environment? What kind of patterns will be formed during the reaction and diffusion process? We must approach the essence of aesthetic facts from these questions. Glass is usually melted in a container called a crucible to form into bottles or plate glass. As the scientific understanding of glass increased, new melting methods were devised to allow for higher purity conditions. Thus, floating furnace, which is used to melt glass materials by floating them in the air. Various types of floating furnace, including sonic, gaseous, electromagnetic, and electrostatic, are in operation at the research institute in various countries. And an electrostatic levitation furnace has been installed in Kibo, the Japanese module of the ISS. Glass is solid, but by definition of its molecular structure, it's liquid in supercooling state. Supercooling means that water, for example, does not turn to ice even when it drops below 0 degrees Celsius, but remains a liquid. By floating, supercooling is more easily occurred. This means materials that are difficult to grasp can be also become glass. Supercooled state is a glassy state, and its physical phase is called amorphous. The scientific knowledge of these amorphous materials is largely uncharted territory, and much of the knowledge obtained in floating furnace is full of new discoveries. The electrostatic levitation furnace developed by JAXA produced a glass with a high reflective index, which is called JAXA glass. However, the phenomena obtained by new technology of floating furnace and containerless furnace are in an unknown territory, and empirical experiments using a variety of materials will continue to be conducted in the future in attempt to reveal physical properties that have never been seen before. In order to understand the behavior of the glass material, which changes depending on the environment when it's freed from gravity, it's our task to examine the specimens glassed in the microgravity environment and prove the complementary view that connects art and science. In line with the theme of this research, final chapter. The story of sand and ash is coming to an ending. When sand and ash are melted and fused together by high temperatures, mankind has acquired a unique material. Excellent physical properties have beauty, and beauty is also a manifestation of excellent physical properties. The most important point is that the beauty manifested in physical properties in the natural order. the new physical properties that have acquired various characteristics and functions, visualized through the various phenomena of grass, also capture the beauty of the world with order and harmony, and suggest many important points for this research, which considers science and art, natural beauty, and artistic beauty. We have been reviewing some aspects of the nature of the phenomenal world by examining various phenomena in amorphous material, with the aim to discussing the essence of beauty. We must start from here, the process of diverse movements and the continuous world of life, nature, and universe, to rise levels of consideration from individual to universal, and from particular to general, in an attempt to understanding the substance of the phenomenal world. This presentation was a success if it conveyed the hidden appeal of grass, so familiar to everyone. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hoshino. Thank you for your presentation. So interesting, I think. Yeah, and any question? Do you have any question to Mr. Hoshino? Mr. Yes. Oh, thank you. Dr. Guskos, yeah, please.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I would like to know if it is possible, how do you acquire such complex structures? What is the technique behind it? How, these complex, unique structures with colors in the glass? Thank you.
ミュート外れてません。星野さん、ミュートが外れてないです。ない。特に、はい。OK. I see. Okay. Any other question or opinion? Okay. Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hoshino. Yeah. Let's have a preparation time, 5 minutes, and we will resume in 5 minutes later. Thank you. Thank you. 中野さんいらっしゃいますでしょうか。そっか。中野さんはデータですよね。でも中野さん参加していらっしゃいますよね。中野さん、こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。小林でございます。本日はよろしくお願いいたします。ミュートを外していただけますでしょうか。よろしくお願いします。
いけました。いけました。
はい、失礼しました。はい。はい、そして。すみません、これで中野さんもいけると思います。お願いします。
いけました。はい。ありがとうございます。
はい。ご準備の方は大丈夫です。
同じとこにいるからですね。
なんかファウリングすごい。
小林さん。
はい、これで多分大丈夫です。
大丈夫ですかね。
いいですかね。
ちょっと一応なんですけど、すいません、テクニカルな観点で。今、参加者の皆さんが自分でミュート解除できない状態になっています。チェックが外れているので。で、このチェックを入れると、参加者の皆さんが自分でミュートを解除できる状態になります。それの操作、小林さんの方でやっていただく形でお願いします。
ありがとうございます。助かりました。ありがとうございます。
お願いします。僕の方ミュートします。
はい。じゃあ、お時間、OK. And the time is coming. So we will have next presentator, Mr. Nakano, Fumiya Nakano, and his theme is 3D scanning technologies. Okay, Mr. Nakano. Okay, please do it.
はい。
お願いします。
はい。Hello, my name is Fumiya Nakano. I'm application engineer. We develop web applications. Ah, すみません。聞こえますか？大丈夫かな？いいかな？はい。
はい、聞こえてます。大丈夫です。
はい、すみません。For the art exhibition, authentic, to be held in December. We are using 3D scanning technology. People and artwork in virtual space. Here is an introduction to the scanning technology we are construction. Yes. Firstly, this documentation is a summary of the development environment used by the exhibition Authentic. The development environment and the situations for 3D scanning and mixed reality it may be different from on the actually used for Authentic. Today, I will introduce two themes: 3D scanning technology and VR platforms. In order to figure out how to scan, we needed to decide what to focus on in scanning. The important factors are texture, color size, price, and ease of use. The first method, I will use the depth sensor to scan. It is the distance and direction to object by emitting a laser beam and measure the time it take to hit the object and bounce back. This image. Depth sensor measure product is include Microsoft Kinect and Intel RealSense. The depth sensor was most accurate in measuring distance and had the best repository. Reproducibility of sorry. Second reason.
手伝いましょうか。
ごめんなさい。そうですね。その3つの今回検討した3つの方式の中で、振動センサーが最も良い精度が出ましたという。
So the depth sensor was the most accurate in measuring the distance and had the best reproducibility of unevenness among the three methods.
Thank you. The second reason, starting with the iPhone X, LiDAR has been installed the rear camera to make easier. Next, the machine specs are important because the memory is used to process the data until the entire model is scan finished. if the specs were low, the actually could not be improved and the model become blurry. ごめんなさい。マシンスペックが良ければという話ですね。3つの方式の中で最も振動センサーが良いのは、マシンスペックがいいときに限定されます。The second method is called photogrammetry. It uses multiple photos. People and objects are photogrammetry from various angles and the image and analytics and integrates to create a 3D model. There are two methods. One is the use single camera to take picture in sequence, and the other is to use multiple camera to take picture of the entire object at once. To make a large model, we will need a lot of pictures. ここで、ちょっと待ってください。This short movie, there are figures scanning 3D model. This model is scanned. The third method is to use mark for 3D scanning. 3D scanning marker. Marker attached to the object and shape and position are recognized by calculate the distance and distortion of the markers. Scan for areas that cannot be marked. Part of the body that cannot be marked, such as hand and head, will be less reproduced. This reason, authentic will use the depth sensor method. はい。I'm scanning my body. This 3D model is iPhone X ごめんなさい。このモデルは、iPhone X の、フェイス ID、リーダーセンサーを使って、作ったものをそのまま出したものです。加工してないと少しこう白っぽいものが残ってしまいます。
So the scan was done using the Face ID of the iPhone X, and that's why some of those white spaces remain.
Thank you. The next VR platform. The major VR platforms in Japan are VR Chat and Cluster. VR Chat has a lot of features, but Cluster is simpler and easy to use. Cluster can be accessed without a PC or VR device, just a smartphone. In order to get as many people as possible to come, we plan to use Cluster this time. In authentic, artists and engineers create the VR space in different ways. We plan to Unity to integrate the data output in different formats into a single VR space. Yes, thank you for listening. Stay tuned for Authentic in December. Any question?
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Nakano. Any question? Anybody? Okay, Mr. Elias.
Hello.
Yes, okay,
do you believe in the next period with the project of Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, the metaverse, the things gonna be changed on that field?
ごめんなさい。ちょっと和訳してもらってもいいですか？
はい、マーク・ツクンベルグ、Facebook を作った方ね、次のプロジェクト、このメタベースを信じていますか？本当にいけるだと思いますか？
Yes, but it will take time, a long time. In,
通訳しますから、日本語でも大丈夫です。
インターネットが普及したときよりも、と同じぐらいの速さで普及するって、ザッカーバーグさんは言ってるんですけど、それよりももっと時間がかかるのではないかと考えています。
ごめんなさい。I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute my microphone. So at the rate at which the internet is changing and developing, I think it will take some time, but eventually it will happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Veronica, and thank you, Mr. Nakano. And any other question? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nakano. Yeah. Let us have preparation time 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We will resume in 5 minutes later. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks. And Miss Flores. And Miss Dr. Arthur Clay, can you speak?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Hi, and thank you so much to be here. I want to say deeply and thanks. And Dr. Arthur Clay, and can you your presentation next? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I will speak in very simple English and give time for questions so that we can deal with the language barrier. Okay, so maybe I won't cover all information, but I think this dialogue approach would be better for all participants. It's okay?
It's okay. Okay, no problem. Yeah.
Just tell me when to go. I'll need to share my screen, okay?
Yeah.
Any question?
Yeah, the doctor asked. Okay. Yeah. And the next presenter is Dr. Arthur Clay. Yeah. And I'm ready.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, please, Dr. Arthur.
Okay, let me just take care of this problem. Okay, this presentation is about two things. About becoming artonauts, which is a word put together from artist and astronaut, which means recognizing a particular moment in time and space called zero gravity. And with COVID, we had very little time or chance to exhibit in real space. So a lot of research and development was being done in artificial spaces or virtual spaces. So if we take an interest in non-real space or virtual space, we also have to take an interest in what is possible in virtual space. So that virtual space and real space have different things to offer the visitor and the artist. So I will be speaking about zero gravity space and the process of becoming an artonaut, meaning recognizing zero space as a medium. So let's move forward. Okay, a little background. Now, this image here is neglected in history, but it's basically extremely important for us today. If we look at all of the elements in the picture, the chair, the cat, the water, and Dali, they are the photo is taken at a particular moment in time. But this moment is when the water is neither going up nor going down. The cat is neither going up nor going down. It's exactly at that point which it turns down. It's floating in space for a millisecond. So this is what we could say as the zero gravity moment in this photo, which Dali was aware of, and maybe 70 years later, we are finding, what's it, 1960? And so 60 years later, we become aware of and start using in virtual arts. So the same thing can be experienced in an airplane, if that airplane is correctly constructed and the flight pattern is a particular one. This is also zero gravity art. This is a Cosmic Dance from Arthur Wood. It's one of the first pieces, and you can see it's floating in space like the astronaut is. So this is a cosmonaut, Russian. But you can see that 3 dimensions are very important here, because the piece will rotate and float. So it's a new type of art. So if we look at the pattern which the plane needs to take in order to create the zero gravity space for just a moment, a few seconds, you can see that it's like a roller coaster. It goes way up, it straightens out, and then it makes a dive downward. And at the moment it starts turning back to level out, zero gravity space is explored, is experienced by the person there. So that's what you see right there. That's zero gravity space. Okay, so the title's a bit progressive, but it's a story by Kurt Vonnegut, who wrote a story about space research and life on Earth. So there's some criticisms here. So I did a study and created what are called asterisms, which are abstractions of real artworks. And I took all of the artworks that are now on the moon are artworks in space. Okay, so all of these works are basically in space, or were in space, or want to be in space. Okay, so I'll show you the examples. So the study that I made was to explore artworks, the features of the artworks in zero gravity space, and I think you'll get it. Things like metamorphosis, anametamorphics will come to mind. This is the first artwork that's in space. It's by Neil Armstrong. It's a golden leaf. It was left on the moon. So if we take a look at it, this is the abstraction, the asterism, and the study. And you can see, if you look at the branches of the olive branch, they connect and disconnect. Okay, so we can kind of have interruption or completion of a figure depending on its rotation. So sometimes they're attached to the main branch, sometimes they're not. So this is a way to use perspective or rotation to create different variations of a form in zero gravity space. The next one is by Robert Rauschenberg. It's a single line. And if you take a look at it, at one point, the two globes or balls at the end of the line are the same size. So again, using perspective to change mass or size of something. So that's another approach to that one. Now, if we go further, this is called Intersection by David Novros, and you'll see that they're parallel lines at one point, but they're abstract when they're rotating. So the sculpture comes together only at a particular point, like right now. All the lines are parallel at 180 and 360 degrees. Now you'll see them come together again. There. So this is a way to use 3D form and zero gravity space to create comprehension. Let's move forward. This is a Polish researcher, actually, who was, I think, in Stuttgart by ZKM, and he developed a 3D letter object. You can spell everything in 3D space. So I worked with this object and created a piece based on the standard love thing. And you'll see here, we'll take a look at this in a minute, but yeah, we're going to go for, it rotates in space. Let's see if we can get to it. Maybe not. It's a bit too much. But check the link out and you'll see it. It rotates in space, and at one point you'll see it making the word LOV in outer space. So let's move forward. Then I created a cosmological map of the constellations of artworks that are in outer space and created that. And this is a piece for a museum in Poland, actually. So you can see all of the ones there that were invented in there. Okay, and also exploring zero gravity space, we can use different technology. We can use augmented reality, virtual reality, and we can use newer forms of those called extended reality or mixed realities. That means that we use real space combined with artificial space and create enhancement or augment of it. So, and then how do we do this? We create some kind of gate or light reflector. This is a star reflector, so it was invented about a year ago, and you can use it to project the asterism or the constellations you saw into space. So, and then this would basically a mock-up of it, what it would look like when it's spinning. And then this is the real object, and you can see the gate is in the middle with the rocket. It rotates, and below, using the kind of star filters, the whole room is filled with the art objects. So that would be an XR, extending reality. Just to give an example of a few simple gates, this is a piece I did for a couple of places. One of them was Hanover, the other one was Zurich. And basically, it uses a QR code as a motive. And when you scan into the bed, you have a kind of floating augmented reality piece based on the photos of an old factory. And so we're combining real elements with augmented reality. So this is a extended reality, XR, which is much more, it's easier to exhibit because people have a reference point, is real. Exhibitors and curators have something real, so it works out. And then basically, depending on how you reintegrate the real world, that means if your augmented reality objects have some occlusions, meaning you can see through them. The real world, that means the world inside the room or outside the room, can be included. So extended reality is about creating augments, putting them in real space, and then sharing those spaces between each other. That creates a much more impression and real thing. Okay, and then you can also, studying things through the different technologies, AR, VR, and XR, you can also go back to simple physical things and do the studies there. So that completes the whole study of the artwork. So I'll ask if there's any questions here, because the English is probably a bit difficult. So if there are any questions, please type them right into the chat box, or just have someone say, okay? So moving onward, if you want to see the video or the real one, you can check here, you'll see it there. And if you want more information about my work, you can go to that QR code. And I think that's it. So, questions?
So thank you for your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Any question?
So maybe if I can ask one question.
Yeah, thanks.
What do you think is the future of the anti-gravity art? Like, do you think it has its place somewhere in the far future where people will venture off Earth, or is it more present bound?
Okay. Could you translate the question to Japanese so that the other
Yeah,
people
sure. 私が聞いたのは、ゼログラビティの美術とアートは、未来のことでしょうか？人間が地球から出る時のものでしょうか？それとも今の時代のものだと思われますか？
Okay, so first of all, if we look at the history of virtual arts, meaning augmented reality, virtual reality, there's been no real use of animetamorphics or the different spatial experiments I showed. So first of all, artists will begin to recognize the possibilities of zero gravity space with their own works. The other problem we have, it's not the future in terms of space art. I mean, putting more objects in space is not a good idea. It's just an environmental problem. And I think environmental problems are affecting artists now, becoming difficult for artists to create things out of plastics or materials that are not environmentally safe or positive. So for that reason, virtual space will move out. That means that space art will move from real outer space to virtual space. So people can experience virtual space in 3 modes. They can do it augmented reality, meaning that the augment or the virtual element is combined with real space, or they can use virtual reality, which is the real space is not included, like ocular glasses, or they can use what's called extended reality or mixed media, in that the levels of interactivity or the levels of light in the real space affect the levels of the augmented space. So it's a way of sharing real space and virtual space. In augmented reality today, we don't have much of that because the research is still going on. So I think we see in Instagram, for example, there was a question before, what the future looks like for Facebook. I think that this depends on the generations, what they decide they want to do, because it's a mass phenomenon, and mass technologies are for the masses, and we'll have to see whether the new generations will want to have augmented reality or virtual experience, or they're just going to turn off their Facebook. Okay, you can translate a little bit as much as you can, and then ask some more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. バーチュアルリアリティは、今でも人の命に関わってるけど、今でも、AR とか VR とかエクステンデッドリアリティとか、というものがありますけど、でもこれはどうやって未来に変わるとか、どうやって人の人生に入るのは 次の時代の人たちによります。もし、未来のジェネレーションが、AR とかを、彼らの毎日に入れようとするなら、それも行いますけど、でももし、それをしない方が、最も人気であれば、それも行わないはずです。だって私たちが決められるとか考えられることではなく、未来の時代の者たちが、全員として、変化するものです。はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Yeah, so if there's any more questions, I'd gladly answer. We're doing lots of experiments also in what's called rich media. Because of COVID, we can't enter space, but we can do structures outside. So we can't exchange things like VR glasses because this causes transmission of bacteria and virus. So we depend on mobile phones. So if we can kind of enhance the printed media using rich media, meaning it's reactive, then we're able to create exhibitions in new ways by including AR, VR, web links, which is all rich media. So this is the direction we're going in. So you can translate that a little bit.
So I'm just gonna make sure what you meant is that right now stuff for like mobile phones are safer and more convenient to use than let's say stuff like VR glass, AR glasses and stuff like that, right?
Any technology that is shared between hands is not going to work today. This is why VR is kind of curving down. Okay, and then we would like to say that printed media, like when you go in a museum, you can't touch it. This is COVID safe. So if we can build on this using our mobile phones and using computer technologies, using image recognition, we can create that printed media into rich media, offering us a much wider variety of media and a different effect. And we can extend this kind of exhibition outside the museum in real space because it's just printed media, there's no insurance, even if it's destroyed, we can just replace it. So this is where we're going. The concept is called open museum.
Okay, thank you. それじゃあ、今の時代では手を使わない機械はまだ、使いにくいです。例えば、街を歩くと、AR を使おうとする方は、自分の携帯の方が、使いたいと思っています。AR、メガネとかはまだ人気出ません。でも今の時代は、COVID の時代はちょっと物を触らないようになりましたので、それを使えば、もしも、他の VR とか AR の方法も人気になりますと、可能性があります。例えば、AR を使って、美術館とか博物館の中だけではなく、外側にも、いろいろな展覧会や、作品を、見せられるようになります。
Thank you. I think that's everything. I put my email address, if you don't have it, in the chat box with 2 links so you can see what I've been doing and what is coming. The Open Museum will come in 2022. It's a European Horizon grant and we'll tour various European cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let us have a preparation time 5 minutes, and then we will resume 5 minutes later. Okay. 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 Dr. Tomasz.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for your conversation. I'm used to this discussion with me. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So attractive. Yeah. Are you ready?
I'm ready, but sometimes the camera doesn't. It's very funny. I can make a microphone and then I can make, but I cannot make camera and other way around.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, let us think. Just a moment, please.
My camera is not on. Maybe it's on your side.
Me? Okay, wait a second. 画面の共有、ビデオの開始 OK。すみません、鈴木さん、ちょっとテクニカルなことで助けてください。
Because host stop it, so you stop my camera.
Me? Really?
Yeah, it's written that the host has stopped the camera.
Okay, so sorry.
I can do nothing.
Okay, okay.
はい、すみません、鈴木です。ビデオどうしました？
Okay.
Dr. Tomasz, ready? You are on. Right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
After I
yeah. So sorry.
Hello?
Yeah.
Next commentator is Dr. Tomasz Bentland. Yeah.
Okay. I will show you my screen. Do you see it?
Oh.
I can see it. Okay.
Yes, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Because of the language, oh my God, I put the translation of my text in Polish and Japanese and in English.
Oh, thanks so much.
It's made by the Google translator, so maybe Japanese will be not perfect.
No, it doesn't matter.
But maybe you will understand a little bit more in that way. Okay.
Great.
So, recently, I made I have faced the research about the Big Bang, about the beginning of the universe, which has an alternative conception that this was not a Big Bang like a implosion and explosion of matter from one point in the universe, but it was like an explosion of the whole space. So we are thinking that the beginning of universe is from a point where the matter has been so dense that it has automatically caused the explosion. So the world began to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is the concept. So I was asking myself, what was before this big explosion? There must be a huge density, and the density of matter must have an origin. So something has to be before the beginning of the universe. But there's another option, that the whole space, which is actually fulfilled in now 80% of the dark matter, is full of energy, is full of, let's say, matter, which, like you switch the light on at your home, it could explode suddenly in the process of explosion between elements. So the world explode at the same time, to be converted into something else. And the idea is that it's coming from the radiation of the, so to say, of the background in the philosophy in the physics. It means that this radiation of the background is not coming from one source, but it's spread into different directions with the same density. It means that the energy is not coming from one point, like originally we think about the beginning of the universe, but it could really prove that the explosion had to happen at the same time everywhere, so that the spread of energy has the same density and it goes in every direction. Okay, that's how me, a naive artist, is understanding or researching the science. But the thing is that we as artists, we are different than scientists, because scientists, they follow what they discover, and their personality as a creator is less important, is more trying to objectively realize what could happen or what is happening in physics or mathematics and so ever. That's my point. Of course, I respect scientists, but I think that the artist have infinite freedom to create regardless to the physical discovery. We can create things which are born in ourselves, like researchers, like human beings who use their limited senses, 7 senses, and that's it. We don't have access like flies, dogs, I don't know, whatever, any beings. We have a limited access to the physical environment. So we build up our consciousness, we build up our knowledge on our very, very limited senses. What we do with technology, we extend our senses. Of course, this is as limited as our senses, because we, with every progress of technology, realize that there is something hidden behind reality. But recently, even we start to create a virtual reality, which should be in our mind a parallel reality to our physical reality. It should be, we claim that we create another reality, which is a parallel, that we can go through the screen into another universe or another dimension. But there are so many dimensions, theoretically, that even that little step through the monitor into another dimension, for sure it's limited, and for sure it's temporary, exciting, but in the future we will have another options to choose. So what I do, what I have done some years ago was the discovery of, so I call it black light or dark light. This is what you see, maybe. Do you see this image? Oh. Do you see this image?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So this is one of my photos. this is like a document of reality, but converted into negative. And then I realized that the light is accompanied with another energy, which is for us invisible. The proof is that this photo can show that there is a volume of the darkness, which is in the space of a room, supposed to come into the space through the window and project on the floor a dark shadow. It's very difficult even to say that the darkness is shining and falling through the window into the room and project the darkness. It's very difficult to say this because we have to make we have to convert our sentence into negative sentence. Of course, you can say this is naive. Of course, you can say this is just a negative, but as I said, we have limited senses and we don't see everything. And as far as I spoke with the scientists, for example, from Gran Sasso, from Italy, who are working with the dark matter and dark space, they don't research what they know, but that what they know shows that things are between which they don't know. It means that me as an artist, I don't want to illustrate what I know, but I want to use my creative ability to create images which are like theses, like a theory, not using mathematics, not using logic, not using O1 system or any other kind of code, but I'm using image as a code to reveal into my limited eyes or limited senses things which I don't know, but they become real because I see it. It's enough that I see it. So I did very shortly a video in Taiwan, no, in China, and this is one of my images of the darkness, which is an active space. It's not the passive. We usually think that darkness is a lack of light or lack of energy, but this image is giving another idea. I'm trying not to use sound as a decoration or kind of making the atmosphere more exciting. I'm trying to use this silence as a very strong feeling of image. This is another work which is showing the projection of the darkness into the temple, or we call it church. I made it double, so there's interaction between different speed of darkness, which is coming into the space and make it completely dark. So the darkness which is spreading. And finally, what I want to show to you is another two videos which I did recently, which are referring to the idea of the beginning of the universe, which as I write in my text, the explosion of the universe was not once and has finished, and we live in the consequences of that. I'm showing with this image that the explosion of light just what is visible, is permanently accompanying our life. Especially this image on the left side. If you see it bigger, maybe, then you can see a lot of particles. So my thesis is that there's a permanent exchange between matter and energy, which is basically the same, but we are speaking just about physicalities, like matter and energy. But there must be different dimensions. For me, there is no one explosion. There is no one explosion of the beginning of the world, and there is no one explosion which start and end up one time, but it's a permanent floating of exchanges of local dimensions and so on. And finally, I would like to show you another image. This is logo we did. This is with the sound from the universe recorded by NASA. This is the image of I have created a model of universe which is alternative to ours. The space is not dark. The space has a depth, but in a kind of green and blue, and there are millions of particles, millions of elements floating in another model than our universe. And I can imagine that each of those points is a kind of a black hole, or it's a kind of transgression to another dimension. It means that there is not like a passive black planet or black energy or dark matter. It may be that this is an entrance to another universe. Like we know that the black hole is a place which attracts energy, and what is behind, we claim that there's a parallel reality. I can imagine that all those points here are possibilities to enter another dimension, and it's not only one. So that's basically what I want to show and share with you. The other question, which unfortunately I cannot explain or discuss now, is my two activities in a kind of reference to what Ilias presented his festival of the Athens Digital Art Festival. I'm creating two projects which are called Mediations Biennale Poland, and the other one is called Pavilion Zero, which is in Venice, the place which has 670 square meters. And I'm trying to, I have opened the permanent space in Venice, which is called Pavilion Zero, because it's a transnational pavilion. Usually each number represents a country, but my Pavilion Zero represents no country. It represents common future. You are very welcome to join my activities, but maybe it's not the time now to start to speak about all of that again. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. So interesting and beautiful. And Any question? Anybody?
I can imagine it's very, very big amount of informations, images, and so on. So it's okay if you have no questions. It needs maybe some time.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Tomasz. Yeah, and okay. Thank you. Okay, let us have a preparation time 5 minutes, and after that, I will resume in 5 minutes later. Okay, see you then. And hi, Ledek. Hi. How are you?
Hello. Fine, thank you.
Yeah.
I have a tip to Thomas Venland. Thomas, your screen sharing is still on. That's the one information, and the other information that there is a for you in the chat box.
Oh.
Hello, Tomasz?
Yes.
There's a question for you in the chat box.
My God.
Chat box?
And you are still sharing your screen, so we cannot make
okay, I'm
preparation for me. Don't worry, you still have time.
Okay. Okay, because I forgot this point. Okay. Now it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay. There's a question for you in the chat box.
Question: Poland being a Christian country, do you run? Oh, okay. Of course, there is no at all contradiction between the Christianity and open philosophy and art, especially in terms of science. Science, in my opinion, has never limited, or at least now, it's not limiting private attitude like confession or religion or anything like that. I'm thinking that other way around, art is opening questions which are beyond the rules of of any religion, and in a way, from my point of view, art is supporting religious thinking, because it shows that we can never think that science, knowledge, and so on will understand the universe, things like light, time, space, and so on. So no, I don't think that in any country should art be in a contradiction with religion.
Thanks, and time has come. Yeah, and Dr. Lek, are you ready for your presentation to start?
Yes, I believe so. I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay, thanks. Okay, guys. Yep.
Okay, is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're supposed to see only the initial slide. I guess it's working. So I think we are ready.
Yeah. Okay. And next presenter is Redek. Yeah. And please check his stuff. Okay, please, Redek.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the invitation. I'm Redek Nagai. I'm a lecturer at the Academy of Arts. I have a master's degree in bioengineering and I have visual communication, but how to have it done soon. So art and design are my occupation, but mathematics is my hobby. And today I'd like to tell you about an experiment I did that combines all these three fields together. And the unexpected results I had, both from the scientific and artistic points of view. I start with a question. Can we use mathematical formulas to estimate the beauty of any entity or artwork? And let me give you just a few examples. The golden ratio, the rule of thirds, the Fibonacci sequence, which is strongly related to the golden ratio, fractals, or exponential curves. So there seems to be a strong connection between mathematical patterns, nature, and seems logical, but is really that simple. Let's complicate it a little. Have a look at this image of galaxy. Now, enough of science. Let's go artistic now. Is there a pattern on there? There doesn't seem to be any visible pattern, yet I find it pleasing to look at. Now here, no pattern. Still, the painting is worth millions of dollars. So there must be at least a small group of people who find that pleasing to look at. Now this, pure chaos, but still beautiful. And my favorite, the sheer randomness of the random Lego bricks. Now, the hypothesis I'm making is that the images following mathematical formulas are pleasing. How come the images without any visible patterns or regularities have similar effect on us?
So we can see your presentation, but it's like hidden beneath two boxes. It's not at the top of your screen for some reason.
For some reason, so it doesn't seem
to and now you click something, and yeah, now I think the gray areas are like windows you have open, maybe.
Okay.
So you could try to share only the Chrome window instead of the whole screen.
I'm trying. How is it working now? Still the whole screen?
Okay, so no,
Wait a second. I'm gonna share the desktop. Okay. What about now?
Okay, now it's great. Now it's great.
It's great now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so if there are images that follow the mathematical order, some mathematical formulas, and they are pleasing to us, how come the images that have nothing regular on them can be still found pleasing? So this is my hypothesis. Maybe there is a hidden pattern we don't see with our naked eye. Maybe we see the patterns subconsciously, or the theory is complete rubbish and doesn't need to investigate. But for the sake of these arguments, let's assume that if the images has no visible regularities, there must be some pattern hidden inside it. So take a look at this picture of the Lego bricks. The distribution of colors on this picture is completely random, but it happens that the most often appearing colors actually form points on the color wheel, which are almost equally distanced. I know this is a little bit far-fetched, but still worth consideration. Now let's have a look at this galaxy. If we, for example, look, we still see the same image, and this could be one of the images we see subconsciously, which is just a blurred version of the original one. And maybe at some point, our brain just gives us some additional ideas, which don't have to be true, but they follow some images, some shapes which are written in our mind. For example, I don't know how about you, but I see a giant creature with a wide belly and pointy ears and hands reaching out to me. So yeah, I suppose that any of us could see anything different. But the point is that we might be seeing things inside images which are not clearly visible on the first sight, but we see it subconsciously. So we can analyze the images in terms of aesthetics in order to find patterns or regularities hidden in them, which in other words is to say, if the image is visually pleasing, there must be a hidden pattern inside. So I decided to investigate and to test this theory on the prior. I suppose that most of you know what is a prime number, but just I've forgotten what it's all about. I'm just going to make a short introduction. So a prime number is a number which has only two divisors, one and itself, like 7, for example. So you can divide it by 7. The other Caucasian over here. The divisor will leave as 13 and 1, and we get numbers such as 6, which has also two main dividers, one itself, but it has also two additional, 3 and 2. So this is a composite number. So natural numbers consists of composites and primes. Now, it is not easy to say if a certain number is prime. It's actually, there's no formula that can quickly calculate whether a certain number is prime or what is the next prime after one of the numbers. So it's a big open question. It's actually considered one of the mathematics holy grail. And the inability to quickly find a solution for a prime number, especially when the prime number is 10 digits long or even greater, has been widely used in cryptography. So whether it is your Facebook account or a blockchain wallet, Kaziu, prowadzę prezentację. Przepraszam cię, nie mogę teraz. Sorry. So whether it's anything you use for storing your passwords, it uses the SSL encryption, which uses the prime numbers as its base. Following the idea that if there is a pattern, I thought that maybe if I would find a pattern in the distribution of the prime numbers, I could find the formula. And I'm not the first one, neither nor the last one to look for it. But let's have a look what has been done so far. So this is basically a set of prime numbers from a range 1 to 200, and the prime numbers are marked in yellow. Now let's zoom it out a little bit, and this is what we see. These are the prime numbers. Now they are marked in black, while the composite numbers are white. So we can see some very little irregularities in here, but I wouldn't say that there is a strict pattern. How about this on the polar coordinates? That looks much more properly arranged, but still it's full of randomness. This is really pleasing, but if you look closely, you can see that although the shapes are pleasing, there's no followed formula. Each element is a little bit different. How about this? It's a square spiral. Or maybe this will help. It doesn't help me, definitely. Suppose it help you there. This is very promising. This is very promising, but manipulated. All this. Look at these patterns in here. Well, although the other rest looks like just noise, there are some patterns hidden in here. Oh, this is really, really nice. Look at this spiral. It really shows some kind of a pattern, but to be honest, there is a problem on this image, which is visible on all the other images. The pattern is not formed by the prime numbers. It is formed by the composite numbers laying between them. So all the missing arms of the spiral are actually the composite numbers. The numbers which are divided by 2, 5, or 10 because they repeat the most often. So they create all these black spots. While if you look closely only on the prime numbers, you can see that it is still random. There's no pattern here. So we could multiply examples of that and wonder if there is a formula. So I'll make it easy for you. There is a formula, and well, a formula is it's a little bit far-fetched. I would say that there is a pattern, and the pattern can be described using the Riemann zeta function. And so far, it has been proven for over 10 trillion prime numbers that they do follow this pattern created by the Riemann zeta function. But the problem is that knowing that there is a pattern is just one step forward, but it doesn't solve the problem. I mean, there is no formula. I don't see any prime numbers in here. It's very, very complex, literally complex, because it's a over here, same. It really looks nice, but it doesn't give us any answers. So is this one, so is this one, and this one. Now the Riemann zeta function is a multidimensional function, so there is not a chance we can visualize it fully. We'll only see always just a short strip of the function, just a short portion of it. I think it uses 4 or 5 dimensions in a complex number plane. So complex number space. So it's really hard to visualize it. But this simplification gives us just a basic idea of what the Riemann zeta function does. Is that there is a portion of the graph which is called the critical strip, and these elements called the non-trivial zeros of the function actually match the prime numbers. But there is no analytic continuation of the formula. So to wrap it up, there is a pattern. Definitely, there is a pattern. But it's so complex that we cannot form a formula. And I'm speaking about myself. I'm speaking about very experienced mathematicians working for it for the last 20 or 30 years, and they still can't find it. There's even actually a $1 million prize if you manage to prove that the Riemann hypothesis is true. But so far, there was no other way to prove it besides the experiment. So I decided to go out of the box and just to leave it for now and do something completely different. I did follow some of the ideas the scientists I've analyzed provided, and I decided to draw the prime numbers on a spiral, but using a different distancing method. So instead of the one we saw before, the numbers on this spiral are equally distanced. The primes are marked. With white color, and when everything's when it reaches the end, I just start drawing, starting from either next number or from the number that it ends from. Then I experimented with some color, visual effects like frame blending. So I was trying to find a pattern, but not clearly visible as an image, but visible as kind of a rhythm, like you have in music. So something that would be visible when we see it as an animation, as a set of frames. I do understand that the resolution of the video and the frame rate might be in a more smooth manner. I've tried rotating the image. I've tried to add some motion blur and to blend the frames between them. Maybe they would create some lines, patterns. And at some points, I've noticed that there were some very clearly visible regularities in some of the strips of the spiral, and they actually this is not the best example, but surely another one will appear and we will see. The regularities appeared out of nowhere. I mean, initially everything looks random, and suddenly, for just a short period of time, the regularities appear, and the video just got stuck. Can you hear me, nevertheless?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so we are only having issues with the video, don't worry. So, wait, can we move forward? Yeah, should work now. Okay. Yeah, it goes on. Okay, so maybe I've just found something interesting among the prime numbers. I did a lot of experiments. It took me a couple of weeks to test out all the solutions. Initially, I wrote a program in Java for my computer to calculate each of the prime numbers separately, but then it just took too much time, especially for large numbers. So I decided to use a pre-prepared array of 100,000 prime numbers just to plot them out. For example, this one connects the consequent prime numbers with lines. I also hope to find some interesting image over here, but it is definitely interesting, but I see no regular pattern appearing. The colors of the lines, the colors of the lines depend on the distance between the two primes. And this is the strip I told you about. First, at some point, the whole image is random, and then it appears to have some pattern in it. So it just crossed my mind that maybe I just found something and it needs more deep exploration. So I decided to find a contrary argument. So because I thought, okay, maybe I found something, but I need to prove that that is real, that this is true. So what I did is I took just a bunch of random numbers, and using the random numbers, I did exactly the same. So okay. So this is the same example, but done with a set of completely random numbers. And just look how beautiful it is. I'm going to slow it down so that you can see it better. You can see that there are some, it's even more beautiful, regular, and properly arranged than the example with the prime numbers. So what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that the patterns we just seen with the prime numbers distribution are not actually real. The patterns they emerge not from the distribution, but from the way I've just arranged them in a spiral. So this is actually the proof that all my previous work was completely worthless. But was it really worthless? Kaziu, prowadzę w tej chwili zajęcia, proszę. Nie mam czasu dla ciebie w tej chwili. Poczekaj, proszę. So, as a conclusion, we have a set of images. And they prove that this work was not completely worthless. I mean, there could be some people who might call it a work of art. But again, this cannot be used for any scientific purpose, but perhaps for this job. Very entertaining. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I suppose we have a minute or two left.
Okay, thank you, Frederick. Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation. And any question?
I have some. Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I have a couple of remarks. First of all, thank you for, as it was in Greece, for fantastic research. The second one is that that's very interesting. First of all, I think the piece of art has the same value as a piece of science, because, as I said in my presentation, your image is real, and we cannot ignore that it has happened. And it's not us who has to make maybe the scientific research. We do artistic research, and there are some kind of regularities and irregularities which happen in your work. So I really think that it extends my understanding. The second is that I'm asking myself, what is beauty and what is aesthetics? Because we as artists, we follow this kind of a feeling of beauty, which in a way is giving us an idea of a certain order or certain rules which we recognize, and we name it beauty or aesthetics. We decide a certain moment of our work that it's the right moment. We don't know it as a scientist, but we know it as artists, that this is the right moment, let's say. And I really appreciate that you follow the idea. The other thing is that we, as the psychophysiology of senses, we know that we are looking always for some reason. And if you have irregular forms, you recognize, first of all, regular form. If you have irregular forms, you very quickly find out what is irregular. So we are looking for understanding images. And I think in your work, there's this kind of looking for regular and irregular. But in fact, the chaos is, in my opinion, the biggest, I would say that chaos is something very normal, and some kind of regular forms are the moments when this chaos start to make sense for a while, but it's very visible that it creates some regular forms and it falls apart again into irregularity. And for me, both have the same right to exist, so to say, irregular and regular forms. And I think this kind of a transgression, of course, is for us exciting because we find some rules in the universe. But for me, chaos, it's also a kind of rule. And once again, thank you for your presentation. It's very inspiring.
Well, I hope I've inspired enough people just to continue the research. So once again, thank you for it.
Thank you both. And any other question? Okay. Okay. And we are now finished with this conference. And I think all of your presentation were beautiful and terrific.
あと2人か3人だと思います。ごめんなさい。でも、ラダクナガイさんの後は、マチマカイさんとダビッド・アレクシゼさんとヤロスワフ・ルビツキさんの予定ありましたよね。
すみません、そうですね。ちょっと違うリストにしましたけど。すみません。いや、ちょっと時間がこれだな。Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let us have a preparation time 5 minutes. We will resume in 5 minutes later. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, so the next speaker will be Mr. Martin Mackay. Yeah, and you have preparation time of 5 minutes.
We are following the program, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
こんにちは。私の名前はマケマルチンです。私はコンピューターゲームデザイナーとして働くことがちょっとできますから今日これは英語の講義です。ごめんなさい。来年私は日本語の講義するつもりです。Today, I will be talking about the authenticity in game design. This is a very broad term, but for the sake of this presentation, I will focus solely on the authenticity in the tourism psychology approach. I am aware that comparing players to tourists may sound out of place, but according to my deep research, these two groups have a lot in common. According to psychologist Eric Cohen, a modern-day tourist lives his familiar everyday life and familiar surroundings to experience things, sights, customs, and cultures different from his own, precisely because they are different. And even if novelty and strangeness are essential elements in this experience, a tourist usually is not willing to immerse himself wholly in this new environment. Basically, the tourist decides to live in an environmental bubble before returning to his own familiar surroundings. In this case, the environmental bubble could be anything which connects a tourist and his familiar everyday life. Like, for example, his local newspaper available in the store abroad, or his favorite fast food chain restaurant, or a quality hotel providing service matched to his own culture. According to a groundbreaking book, L'Esprit du Temps by Edgar Morin, and later to a book, The Image, a guide to pseudo-events in America by Daniel J. Burstein, a modern-day tourists do not want the full experience. They do not want to meet the actual authentic cultures or places. They don't want to see poverty, dirty streets, garbage patches, or local problems. So they are hiding behind the back of their tour guides, behind the staged events, and behind hotel, plane, or bus windows. According to the tourist gaze theory by John Ury, tourists are directed to features of the landscape which separate them from everyday experience. Such aspects are viewed because they are taken to be, in some sense, out of ordinary. In other words, the typical tourist's experience is to see through a frame, such as hotel window, the car windscreen, or the window of the bus. So basically, tourists want to experience a fully directed tour tailored for their own needs and their own entertainment. The same applies to players. People who enjoy computer games usually want to experience something new, out of ordinary. They want to become a fierce monster or slayer in the Witcher series, or a criminal in the Grand Theft Auto series, or to experience war in Polish game This War of Mine. Players often say that they want an immersive, true experience, but in the same time, they want this experience to last for a brief period of time and then return to their familiar everyday life. In reality, the players don't want the full authentic experience this game could provide. They don't want to get lost in the narrow streets of Jerusalem in Assassin's Creed. They don't want to learn the true pain of losing their child to cancer in Dead Dragon Cancer. And they don't want to be wounded by a gunshot in Call of Duty or Medal of Honor. They play video games from their own environmental bubble, safe space of their homes, with a computer screen between them and the implied authenticity of the virtual world. And when this brief period of time and entertainment is over, they are back to their familiar everyday life. This makes them some sort of virtual tourists visiting distant virtual places, experiencing different virtual cultures, and taking on a new virtual and safe adventure. There are two main reasons why both modern tourists and video game players video games cannot provide an actual authentic experience. And these two reasons are shared between the tourist experiences and video game experiences. And there are actually several ways to make the authentic experience work. The first trap waiting for a tour guide or a video game designer is called a hyperreality. This term was first used by a French sociologist and a philosopher, Jean Baudrillard, and later adopted by Umberto Eco and Daniel J. Bernstein. Hyperreality is a form of inability to distinguish reality from a simulation of reality. It's a situation that something which is not authentic may appear more authentic than reality. As we don't have enough time to go into details, I will provide just a quick example of hyperreality which relates to video games. Many authors, including Umberto Eco and Daniel J. Bernstein, consider a Disneyland and its animatronics to be a perfect representation of a modern-day hyperreality, but we will go with something different. Most people consider an archetypical ninja as a real authentic warrior from Japan. This image is built by popular culture, including video games, but it emerged from the Japanese folklore during the Meiji Ishin. The popularity of this archetype is so strong that if someone ever decides on making a video game about a real-life shinobi from the province of Iga, it could appear less authentic and less interesting to players because, quote, this is not a ninja warrior. Players do not want authenticity. They want entertainment tailored to their familiar reality, the reality they know and the reality they accept. The second reason why people tend to look for directed stage events is an enormous amount of effort, knowledge, skills, and courage required to uncover the authentic true experiences. If travelers want to avoid crowded tourist-oriented places, see and feel the true nature of a certain place, they have, on some point, to connect with the natives, step off the tourist beaten path, and finally truly immerse themselves in the life of a host society, discarding their own familiar selves, their own familiar culture, and their own familiar surroundings. As said before, it requires a lot of effort and skills, which is often considered as an opposite to entertainment. It's similar with players. A great example could be the Assassin's Creed series. The first part, set during the Third Crusade in the Holy Land in 1191, was designed with immersion and authenticity in mind. It was designed to be played without a minimap or makers pointing players to their actual goals. Instead, the non-playable characters and level design was supposed to provide the player with all the necessary information required to reach a certain target or point in the game. And obviously, players were given a possibility to turn on a minimap and graphical user interface helpers, like, for example, markers pointing them to their targets. But the popularity of these helpers, this minimap and other stuff, have ruined the experience for both willing and unwilling players. Why? Because the effort put by the game developer to design dialogues, quests, and level guiding players was too time-consuming taking into account that players still prefer to play with mini games and markers. So the developer decided to drop this vision in the next parts of the game, and from the second part, Assassin's Creed 2, set in Italy, it became almost impossible to play without graphical user interface helpers. The dialogues were much simpler, providing markers. It became completely impossible to play without them. So players do not want immersive and authentic challenge. They want a simplified adventure which won't make them feel stupid or frustrated. But let's ask ourselves a question. Is it still possible to design a truly immersive video game with authenticity in mind? Keeping our compulsion of tourists and players, it is worth to mention a classic approach to sociology of international tourism by Eric Cohen. Before Cohen, there were two main concepts. Daniel J. Bernstein approach, that tourists want superficial, contrived experiences, and Dean McConnell's approach, that tourists demand authenticity, but are denied the authenticity by the machinations of tourist establishment, which present them with staged tourist settings and something that McConnell calls false backs. According to Eric Cohen, neither of the opposing conceptions is universally valid, though each of them has contributed insights into motives and behaviors of some tourists. Cohen has developed a phenomenological typology of tourist experiences, which is surprisingly valid for video game players as well. The experiences have been distinguished into 5 main groups, and when describing them, I will drop the tourism terminology and use one that matches the topic of video games better. So the first mode, the recreational mode. In this game, a player looks for a recreational experience as a form of entertainment similar to reading or watching movies. Player enjoys a game because it restores his physical and mental powers and endows him with a general sense of well-being. This type of players may appear as shallow or superficial and can be ridiculed by other types of players, journalists, or critics. This approach is not based entirely on players' ignorance. Rather, they do not desire or care for the authentic experience. They tend to accept things like fast travels, minimaps, illogical crafting system. They don't need to be convinced of the authenticity of a video game in order to enjoy it as recreative, entertaining, or relaxing experience. Most of the AAA games are a good example of such entertainment. The second mode, the diversionary mode. In this case, a player does not look for any kind of meaning in a video game. Rather, they become an escape from the boredom and meaninglessness of routine everyday existence. In this case, a video game may provide peace, but doesn't recreate. In other words, games that do not provide entertainment, but make the everyday life less alienated. This mode is similar to the previous one, but it is not meaningful for the player. According to Cohen, in this meaningless pleasure, players just feel the free time. Simple mobile games like idle clickers could be a good example of such pleasure. The next mode, the experiential mode. In this mode, a player looks for a life-transforming experience. He or she is unable to lead an authentic everyday life and needs to find a new purpose or motivation from a different source. A good example of such situation could be a player coping with a grief and loss after traumatizing real-life experience. This mode would include meaningful, story-driven adventure games and rich experiences similar to indie game Dead Dragon Cancer. The fourth mode, the experimental mode. In this mode, people treat video games as one of many possible ways, which includes books, movies, travel, or fine arts, to experience something real, something authentic, something unique, different from their own everyday lives. They want to be fully immersed in this experience, so they tend to look for immersive game. Any kind of role-playing or adventure game with a hardcore mode, with permanent death, or without any graphical user interface or other helpers during the game could be a good example, or a unique indie game such as Jalopy. I will later mention this game and explain it a little bit more. The existential mode, the fifth mode, is similar but still a more extreme case than the experimental mode. The video game becomes a way of life. People are combining their everyday life with their virtual life, which can lead to an addiction. A good example of a video game matching this mode would be an immersive online game such as EVE Online. So knowing and understanding different motivations behind the tourist experiences might help us, game designers and artists, to craft better games tailored to the needs of a certain group. This is exactly what I did with my Colchum drama game, Bohemian Killing. The game was built around the idea of providing players with an authentic approach to tailoring a line of defense in a court case. For the sake of authenticity, I decided to include a real court procedure, and even if it means reading through tons and tons of documents for the players. Obviously, I could do this in a simplified way, like Think Right could be a good example of such game, but in my case, it would not be enough. Being aware of different types of players and their motivations, I decided that if I want to make a game as real and authentic as possible, I have to protect it from the players who are not my target customers. I made it work with a simple trick. The longest court document and one of the longest speeches in the game were placed in the very beginning to show the players what they are dealing with, to make sure that the recreational players who would be bored by the game anyways can still have time to refund the game on Steam or on other store. On the other hand, it was also a perfect way to inform the players from the experimental group that they have found an authentic immersive game. This is just one of many examples of independent video games made with an authenticity in mind, and I could mention a lot of other examples, but we don't have enough time for this. I could mention, for example, a Jalopy, a road adventure where you have to travel through the entire Eastern Europe in an old breaking car, or a Polish game Kolat, which does not provide players with a minimap or other helpers, but instead gives player an actual map and a compass. Or my newest game, still in development, set in Stettin in the early 20th century, which has dialogues written in Mittelpommersch, an almost dead German dialect. Unfortunately, as these and similar games are very niche, we shouldn't wait for big development studios to become interested in authenticity the way they should. It's for us, independent game developers and artists, to uncover the real authentic world to the players. But with every new luxurious chain hotel, or every new McDonald's restaurant, or every new modern AAA video game, it becomes a much harder task. If a customer is not required to make an effort, he or she probably will be satisfied with the things he or she is presented with. And somewhere in the future, we will see a point when we all would live in a hyper reality. どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for your presentation. Very interesting. Yeah, and any question? Ready? Okay.
I have a question to Marcin. Where do you see the edge between art and game design?
Okay, I always considered games to be a form of art, but as with independent movies or books, they can be split into two categories. The popular pop cultural category, where we have movies like Transformers, book like The Code of Da Vinci, etc., and with more experimental games, more ambitious, more authentic video games, but they are usually made by small indie studios. By Ubisoft Montreal. But anyways, it's a very thin border between the art and other kind of video games and popular culture. So it's always up to the designer and up to the customers to choose between those two categories. If they want just a simple entertainment without any deeper meaning, without any kind of authentic experience, or they want an actual piece of art as a video game, or made as a video game?
I think we should consider it's regarding the Tomek's question. I think we should consider it like an advanced medium. The movies and medium, the image is a medium, and the computer game is an advanced medium that includes all the other media inside and provides more. So you can do with the medium as an artist. You can operate with it as a tool. So as you operate with a brush, it's just a tool that you can use in the way you want to use it.
Yes, exactly. There is a part of the games called silhouette games, where the designers tend to show players a certain kind of emotion or a certain kind of situation in form of a very short interactive experience, which in some cases couldn't even be considered a video game. Or, for example, I have a friend working in New Zealand on games made especially for people with blindness. So are there still video games without any kind of graphics, any kind of art, being completely dark and operating only with sound? So some of my friends from the gaming industry consider this to not be video games, or like they considered for example, like online casinos to not be video games, or like interactive stories, like visual novels to not be video games. So the border is very, very thin. It's up to the designer to decide what actually he or she is creating.
I have a question. I was just working with Matthias Sala from Gebangas Game Design. He mentioned that the move away from blockbuster gaming to more niche gaming is based on the fact that there's a different audience developing. There's also a different base of coders developing. That means the diversity of the workforce is increasing, and therefore the target audience is becoming more diversified. That means women are moving into coding. And also this brings with it a different consumer audience. My question is, how are you feeling about how games are developing in terms of the diversity of the workforce and its reflection on the diversity of the user or the consumer? Is this anywhere your experience, or how do you feel about that?
Okay, I always tell my students that I do not care if my games would actually be like well-selling titles. And this kind of authentic games or like experimental games are very, very niche. So these groups, yes, the players are divided into several groups, but in the same time, these groups are not equal. There are groups like I consider myself to be an experimental type. I like completely different games. I like niche games, immersive titles. And from my experience as a game designer, I consider these groups to be too small to actually bigger companies, they don't put enough effort for these groups, but it's completely understandable taking into account that these groups are very, very small. Like, for example, I always tell to my students, the Bohemian Killing, the game I was showing you before, like it 5 years. So it is a very, very low number, and I couldn't make a living from income from this game. But there are other ways to monetize such niche indie games. This is a completely new trend where you can go with a very niche indie game to festivals, to conferences, showcase those games, and find regional distributors who actually might be interested in providing this game to their group of customers. So this is much lower income than with blockbuster titles. But for a small indie developers like myself, I am a programmer and artist and designer, and I make every game completely by myself, except for the audio part. And this kind of income can be on some point enough for me, but it still would be too small to without any significance for bigger studios. So I think we are doomed with the AAA games that are similar one to each other, and it won't change in the future.
Right, but one fact is that gaming, art gaming, games that are niche gaming, are finding support in art committees and associations. In Switzerland, we have an entire catalog of games that have been developed and marketed through state support. So, I mean, that's a reality, is that the game industry has moved in as a true art media, such as Andres Goskos suggested. It's true. So there is a lot of possibility. Also, there is a company in Switzerland that actually produces quite a number of games for artists and educational things. Also, this practice is extended to the political field, particularly in Singapore. So the problem is not exactly reconstructing, at least in my opinion, not the structure of the blockbuster games, which cannot be done by a single person. There's huge teams involved. I think it's about realizing that gaming has become an artistic medium itself, and is finding support in all the other, as the other medias do, painting, etc., etc. I think that's really become a reality. So there's some hope there, and there are companies that do actually pull in enough finances to survive.
This is a great comment, as similarly to Switzerland, in Poland, we have an Indie Games Poland Foundation, we have a government grants for indie games. So it is possible for small indie studios to create something more unique, more artistic than the classic blockbusters. But still, the biggest Polish game company called Playway is creating a bunch of very simple simulators, a simulator of a policeman, of a priest, of a garbage collector, etc., etc. And they are actually filling the market and filling game developers in Poland with money, buying them out to create more and more such games. Yeah, this is as far from art as it can possibly be. But with, as I said, with small indie studios, it's still possible to maintain the art part in video games.
Yes, I agree with you there. In 2014, I did an exhibition of the creative gaming in the Modern Museum of Art in Korea in Seoul. And all of those dependent gamers, some of them were quite big, working with Bjorg, etc. But if you follow their careers, they began in creative gaming, and they ended up working for a large company, just simply out of need for money. So it's always a question: do you want to make money or do you want to make art? Because a lot of the artists today are professors here, so they create art, but they also teach. So there's a life-work balance there. So there's no ideal situation, I believe, but it's still okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
One more question.
Yes. Okay.
Martin, I have a question. Is there any idea, or already it exists, I don't know, the language or the medium of a game as a research tool? Or that's one question. And the second is how far game can be inviting the players to create the game or to change the let's say history, or let's change the content, or to create the content for the futures. That's the questions for you.
Good. Is quite popular because of a game where players can create their own modifications. It can include like games like Skyrim, Minecraft, Roblox, Garry's Mode, etc. And it's actually a very popular niche in this market. And also there are some game developers who conduct an open game development where they invite players to actually play the very alpha or beta versions of the game and propose new ideas, propose changes. And in these cases, usually these changes are actually implemented. And I know that there are many game developers who are also researchers and are treating video games as some kind of a medium to actually make, like, for example, a sociology research, or make or tend to find new ways of showing their concepts in video games. Like, for example, in Poland, these people include people like Kaczmarek and his studio, or like Paweł Schreiber and other people. So yeah, it's a very, very useful tool. The video games can be a very useful tool, but unfortunately, outside of the academics, there is not a big number of people who actually treat video games like a source of research, a source of like a source of research, or a medium to actually find new concepts, new ideas. Yeah, for most indie game developers and big indie studios, or completely big studios, video games are just a sort of income or a way to express themselves. But usually it's not enough. Yeah, there is a conference in San Francisco called the Game Developers Conference, and they have a special part for video games called Control-Alt-GDC, run by Gavin John Paulson, where they actually showcase a video game so completely unique, video games that are so different that there would be not possible to sell them actually in stores or to deliver them to players in any other way. Yeah, so getting back to your question, yeah, the games that are co-created by players are popular and completely possible, and this is a good way to actually create video games. Yeah, but in terms of additional research or additional using games as outside of this gaming medium, it's honestly hard to tell because there are not many examples.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Martin. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, and we have no time. Yeah, and Dr. David, Alex is there. Do you hear? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. And
Hello, hello everybody.
I ready to presentation. I ready.
Hello, David.
Hello, hello. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah.
How are you?
Okay, let's
Fine,
start.
and you?
Still alive. Nice to see you. Now, thank you very much, first of all, to invite me on this conference. And it's a great honor for me to be with you and to participate in this conference. It's very interesting. It was very interesting for me to listen this presentation, and maybe my artistic presentation will be interesting for you, because my presentation named reality, new reality and inspiration. As you know, in the world and in Georgia also, the changing too much things, and this was very important for me to check and be testimony of these changements. Actually, my it's not research. My ideas and think about this everything in touch with new inspirations, because artistic stuffs and artistic things always comes to the some inspiration from outside, and this is always very spiritual, and this is always in touch with our life, and our life in Georgia mostly changing very much. This is everybody knows this COVID situation and the regulation about this COVID situation in Georgia, and no more exhibitions, and artistic life is change his actuality, and artists mostly starting to work in the studios, and not for in digital, more digital works, and this is in generally we can see the works in audio and digital gadgets. This is absolutely new reality, because step by step, yes, everything will be changed, and this new reality this will be changed, and the normal life will come back. But at the moment, the artistic stuff is quite different, more abstract work, and for example, in my art, changing so many things, and I want to share this work, because this work is representing the circle of chaos which we have in Georgia and in the whole world, and maybe this is good present and good example of something changements in our life. Okay,
In truth, the people in Georgia, mostly, I'm talking about Georgia, they are in very embarrassment situation. I mean, spiritually and intellectually, because in one hand, this political situation is quite hard because this economical problems in Georgia, and this political problems in Georgia gives absolutely new inspiration to the people and to the artists. In one hand, artistic started to continue their researches and their works, but in other hand, this works in absolutely not in touch with new reality, you know, and because of this, there's so many artists starting to using absolutely different materials. For example, in my case, I find my grandma's curtains and using this background for this. And in this case, more spiritual and more authentic, I think, in this area of works. And because of this, maybe this is quite interesting. Now, in other hands, what we find in the galleries, it's absolutely empty spaces. You know, these empty spaces is quite gives our eye new sensations. You know, the works are represented in the galleries, but the people who want to come, they come in. One person, two persons in 1 hour, because they are afraid to come in one time, in the same time, to the exhibitions and to the inspirations. Because of this, I made one work to show you. This one is this is absolutely emptiness. Yes, it's this kind of work, and this empty spaces, in my opinion, in my work, this I'm trying to represent in absolutely different level. And these pure colors and this pure mood in the works, I'm trying to represent in the situation, real situation in my spiritual field and in the artistic field in Georgia, in Tbilisi, mostly. And this is a, how can I say, this small research and small search between the artistic and intellectual situation in Tbilisi. It's quite pure, and because of this, we're still in the situation of waiting to something. And I know, I hope the situation will be better and better after some time. Also in the studios, in the academy, in my work, and also the same situation, because we are starting to working online, and this online researches and online relationship between students and still the same. Now, that's all what I wanted to say in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Any question?
I don't want to be always the first, but I have a question to David.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello. Again, nice to see you.
Hello. David, how do you see the relationship between your manual paintings and the digital images, which are in a way very abstract images about the order or disorder of universe? How do you see relationship between that?
Oh, it's a quite interesting question. It's very interesting question. Always you have very actual and very important questions. Yes, as I check it. I think we never lost this relationship between manual painting and abstract painting and digital painting. I think this is this relationship. In one hand, maybe it will be helping in manual painters who made the manual paintings. These digital images and digital images can give some inspiration to do this manual painting. And beside, the manual paintings probably give some inspiration for the digital artists who doing some abstract or digital works, because we have very good example of this when the artists who working in the digital techniques, and they have quite big inspiration from artistic works. They using the ready examples, and they trying to like in photography and in painting, you know, because photography trying to be closer to the painting, and the painters trying to be more closer to the photography and digital art. In the last time, this is a very, very interesting relationship between these two techniques. It's my point of view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And any other question? Yes, okay. And the last presenter is Dr. Yaroslav Levitsky. And I ready your presentation.
Yeah. I shall try to share my screen.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, there's this. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for your kind invitation to participate in this interesting conference. Good evening in Japan, good afternoon in Europe, and I shall try to start. My subject is, roughly speaking, biblical cosmology, and I would focus on the first chapter of Genesis. The Bible is a set, is a library of several dozen of different writings. The first book is called Genesis. It consists of about 50 chapters, but I will mention the first two chapters that maybe are the most important pieces of literature in human experience. How to show the whole. Okay, actually. Try to make something is missing in the end of the lines. So what should I do is probably.
A co chcesz zrobić, Jarko?
Żeby było widać całe linie do końca.
Linię do końca. No ładnie masz.
A, do niczego.
Co dokładnie pan próbuje zrobić, panie profesorze?
Żeby było do końca linię było widać, bo obcinam.
Nam nie ucina nic.
Aha, bo ja wasze buzie po prostu widzę. To teraz chciałbym wrócić z powrotem do tego, co poprzednio.
To strzałkami można w bok albo u góry na tych małych strzałeczkach na ekranie.
Ale taki mały druczek mam, a chcę duży.
A to trzeba w takim razie wyjść z tego. Proszę nacisnąć Escape.
No. Okej.
Jest
I widzicie wszystko, bo ja widzę po prawej stronie wasze buzie. Dobra, okej.
Nie.
The first two chapters. They present actually prehistory, because history infers recorded human experience, and the first two chapters deal with unrecorded human experiences, a kind of cosmogony. Moltmann frames it so well. When one hears this chapter, chapter 1 of Genesis, one realizes that so much has been expressed that has never really been said before nor since. There are two narratives in chapters 1 and 2 that can be viewed as separate writings, but they are best understood as parallel companion perspectives. The first is the divine ontic perspective. It's a Judeo-Christian ontology, in fact. And the second chapter is an epistemic perspective. It's a kind of Judeo-Christian anthropology. The two chapters are written by different authors in different centuries and are two different descriptions of creation. Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 differ in author, language, form, style, spirit, and so on. Today we will focus on the first chapter, Genesis 1, so Judeo-Christian ontology, theological ontology. The general consensus says that Genesis 1 was written by so-called priest source, priestly tradition, priestly oral tradition, around the 6th century BC. And this accounts for the hymnic or poetic structure of this text, while Genesis 2 is said to be from so-called Yahweh's source, written earlier, around 10th century before Christ. So there is a difference of 500 years. The chapter 1 is younger, so theology is more elaborated. P-tradition introduces the divine ontic perspective. It starts with famous sentence, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. In chapter 1, God is introduced as the main character. Neither creation nor creative acts require any assistance from any other being or parts of creation. There is no supporting characters. There are no supporting characters in this chapter. The language of this priestly source is without tension, no hindrance, no barriers for God, no chaos in comparison with near-est traditions as Enuma Elish or Gilgamesh and so on. In chapter 1, God speaks, makes, sees, evaluates, comments. So we have anthropomorphisms with omnipotent ease. He creates simply by fiat, let it be, with a word. So let us start more detailed explanation. The first verse is, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. It's in Hebrew here. Bereshit bara Elohim et hasamayim u'et haaretz. So, Bereshit. Be, it means from. At. Rosh is head. Bereshit, because of the declination, means in the beginning, at the beginning, formally. But beginning here is used in an ontic sense, not strictly chronological, or not only chronological sense. So it's used in ontological sense. Bereshit can be translated, can be understood in view of the rest of the Bible as first of all, in the beginning, first of all. So the most important act of God. Creation is here the most important act is history, the very beginning of everything. Bereshit. Bereshit bara. Bara is a verb that means created, made, produced the universe. And this verb, bara, refers in the Bible entirely to acts of God. People asha, so make, produce, but God, bara, special word. The subject is only God. The verb always refers to a novelty, to something uncommon, unexpected. Always expresses an ease of creation in contradistinction to human faults. And verb bara involves the permanent divine assistance. So other texts, other scriptures of the Bible explains this, that if God closed his eyes, the word would disappear. So the word created is assisted by God. The word bara is used twice in chapter 1 in two most important points. Once for all creation and once for humankind. So these are the main acts. The subject here is the creator is only God in this case. Then Elohim is God in general, because the proper name of Jewish God is Yahweh. And Hasamayim U'et Haaretz means heavens and the earth. This is a Hebrew expression for universe, corresponding to cosmos in Greek and mundus in Latin. So it's universe, heavens and earth, an idiom. So we have the first sentence, fundamental sentence, Bereshit bara Elohim et hasamayim u'et haaretz, is a fundamental fact. Then details come. Now, after this creation, now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Verses 1 and 2 can be translated as one sentence also, because in Hebrew there is no interpunction, no periods, no commas, and so on. So the verses 1 and 2 can be translated also, when God created the heavens and the earth was formless as empty, formless and empty. In Hebrew, tohu abohu, the word tohu is related to desert, expressing the idea that there are no plants, no animals, no water, no life. And bohu is empty, has to do with vacuum, but it means that there were no people. And bohu appears always together with tohu. So this is also a kind of expression, a kind of idiom, tohu abohu, translated into formless and empty. Darkness is a reference to Babylonian views of initial step of the world, and God was hovering, was circulating over above the waters. So it means, it expresses the idea that God fully controls chaos, is over everything. Hovering in Hebrew means also vibrating, trembling. So in this context, it means that was ready and eager to act, to create other things with eagerness. The third verse is, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. God said, it means that creation is executed with a word, logos in Greek. God told, say, this is an expression that appears in later books of the Bible, is very particular. God told, say, easiness of creation. It expresses easiness of creation. Fiat, let us be. Told, created, established. Why? In which manner? Just by saying the word. So it's Judeo-Christian view on creation. The next verse, God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. Light enables seeing God, enables understanding, enables going around without falling. So light is necessary for any cognition. So it's created at the very beginning. The next verse, God called the light day, and the darkness called night. And there was evening and morning, the first day of creation. A comment, God calls something XX, so gives the name to object XX, is equivalent to created object XX. So if God calls something in some manner, it means that he creates it in Judeo-Christian early thought. And God said, so created, let there be a vault between the waters to separate the water from water. And so the vault was created and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. It is a reference to Babylonian views on nature, a rigid, firm vault. There were waters above this separation, this wall, this vault. These waters above the vault were responsible for raining. There were special holes that could be opened or closed by the angels, but it's another story. So waters above the vault, rigid vault, and waters below, lower waters. It's also a reminiscent of mythology of Near East. So separation of waters in the upper beyond the vault. Okay, so I told it is simplest interpretation. And then God said, let the water under the sky be gathered in one place, and let dry ground appear. So, and God called dry land, and gathered water ceased. And God saw that everything was good. Then God said, let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land, and so on and so on. And it happened so, because God said. And thus, immediately, land produced plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and so on and so on. And God saw that it was good. The third day. God, Elohim, is presented as the only creator of vegetation. So in the Bible, we have no other vegetation than God, goddesses. So we have monotheistic view. And God says, and immediately land produce vegetation on God's order. So everything follows, obeys God's orders. Okay, we have discussed in brief the first 3 days. During the first 3 days, God created immobile objects: light, day, night, earth, oceans, firmament, and so on. Immobile objects. Now, during 4 days, 4, 5, 6, God creates mobile objects. 6 days of creation mention 10 creative acts known from Babylonian methodology, but Jewish writer arranges these 10 acts known from generally known mythology, pushes it into 6 days because he wants to have 6 days from theological reason. A bit later, I will mention this. There's a special construction to make it easier to remember, perhaps, to the listeners. It's oral tradition. So 3 days immobile objects, according to ancient views, and days 4, 5, 6 mobile objects. And thus, God said, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate day from the night. The lights will serve as signs to mark sacred times, days, and years, and let them be lights in the sky to give light on the earth." Order, and it was so. So God made 2 great lights, the greater to govern the day and the lesser to govern the night, and also made stars. Sun moves across the sky, moon moves across the sky, so these are mobile objects. They were created in the 4th day. Here, what is important, sun and moon are not gods, in contradistinction to other Babylonian or Egyptian mythologies. These objects are merely lamps, lights, giving light on the earth. So they are not gods, they are created artifacts to serve people, in fact. And God said, "Let the water teem with living creatures." Living creatures move, are mobile. Plants were created previously. Plants do not move. Yes. Now living creatures, birds flying above, and so on. God created the creatures of the sea and all other animals, and God saw that it was good. And God blessed them. "Be fruitful and increase in number, and fill the water and the sea," and told the birds to increase on the earth. It was the 5th day. And God said at the beginning of the 6th day, "Let the land produce living creatures." So animals here. I anticipated this creation. It's the 6th day. And God created. In the above verses, God created, made, Asha, so produced, not bara. God said, needs order to appear by his creative word. Now, what goes on? Then God said, "Let us make mankind." Here, bara, divine act, were reserved to Elohim, to Yahweh, made mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, and over all the world that move, all the beings that move along the ground. A small comment. Here we have plural. Let us make. It's understood as a kind of pluralis majestatis, so it expresses the importance of this act. So something that God involves all his powers, so it's pluralis majestatis. So it's the most solemn act of Elohim, creation of mankind. Here again, we see the verb para, reserved to God, to important acts. And the mankind is created to rule over everything. Everything is subject to mankind, serves to man, among others, lamps, sun and moon, and all the nature is created for, is gifted to man. So birds, fish, animals are not gods, as imagined Egyptians and Babylonians. Man was created in our image, in our likeness. Image here from Hebrew is sculpture, something very physical. So sometimes later translators had problem with this. In our image was understood as a similarity, but in the Bible is written as a sculpture. It's a good material copy of God. Image, likeness, these two words express very close similarity of man to God himself. In one of the Psalms is written that God created man a little bit lesser than himself. Also, translators in Latin and Greek had problem with this, and the translations always were created man similar to God. No, in the Psalm is written or was translated created man to be a bit lesser than angels. These were translations. These translations are false because Hebrew text tells us that man is a little bit lesser than God himself. So a great dignity, non-imaginable dignity and importance of human beings. And here, the next verse, 27, repeats the same idea. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Is repetition of the above. And moreover, the repetition consists also in repetition, created mankind on his own. In the image of God, he created them. This Hebrew style, to underline something, importance of something, Jews were repeating the same statement twice with some variation. You start positioning some words. And then male and female, he created them. So man was created as was created as two equal species, male and female, he created them. So the two different species of men are equal is underlined many times in later books of the Bible. And the first blessing, God blessed them, be fruitful and increase in number, fill the earth, and so on and so on. Dominate over fish in the sea, over birds in sky, and over every living creature that moves around. And God said, again, a kind of repetition, I give you every seed bearing plant on the face, on the whole earth, and so on, and so on. So everything was gifted for man. So mankind could enjoy food and yes, food and all gifts of nature. So man is the most important. So the whole universe, flora and fauna was created to be enjoyed by man that is very close to God himself. So here, the first chapter finishes. The second chapter starts with a brief description of the seventh day, Sunday, or Sabbath in Judaism. We have the seventh day during which God rested and was glad, was admiring his creature, was very satisfied. It's the last day, 6 days of work plus Sabbath, a day of rest, completely dedicated to God. It's Jewish Sabbath. In Christian theology is Sunday. And we have the idea of 7-day week based on the sun, the most important light, moon, and 5 planets. 5 planets was Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and something. Only 5 planets were known. So together we have 7 mobile bodies in the sky. It's taken from Babylonian astronomy. In Genesis 1, summarizing what is important, are no allusions to any polytheistic ideas. It was against the whole Near East mythology. So it's very important from theological point of view. In the text, no attempt to discuss the issue exhaustively is. The point is the focus is on theology. Theology is the most important, but words, images are taken, of course, from commonly used language, from mythical stories known at this time. What is also important from theological point of view, that we have here presupposed existence of a monotheistic creator, and all what God created is good or very good. God is satisfied, so no evil was created. Evil appears in the second chapter, and is represented by a snake, as a story described in the second chapter. We have no time to read now and discuss. In Genesis 1, all the universe is created as a gift and also as a challenge or a task for humans. So it's theological cosmology, yes? The author was not interested in presenting details, very solemn hymnic text, very famous, very rich in theology, fundamental for Judeo-Christian view on the universe. Here you have a text.
Przepraszam najmocniej, panie profesorze. Ile jeszcze mniej więcej minut prezentacji pan planuje? Bo niestety już...
Okay, so yes, it's all. It was a summary. I can, if you wish, propose you what? Because you are listening of the text in original 1 minute perhaps.
5 חומשי תורה, ספר בראשית, פרשת בראשית. בראשית ברא אלוהים את השמיים ואת הארץ, והארץ הייתה תוהו ובוהו, וחושך על פני תהום, ורוח אלוהים מרחפת על פני המים. ויאמר אלוהים, יהי אור, ויהי אור. וירא אלוהים את האור כי טוב, ויבדל אלוהים בין האור ובין החושך.
Okay, I think that you don't understand, but it was just a sample of original text. So, okay, thank you very much. It's all what I planned to tell you today. Thank you very much. Now I switch this off and what this down. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes, very interesting and so important presentation, I think. And any question?
Zamknij, Jarek, widok pulpitu, bo widać twój pulpit.
Stop share, huh? Okay. O, Areczka widać.
Okay.
Całym.
Okay. And now, no question, okay? That's all? Okay. And we are now finished with this conference. And I think all of the presentation were beautiful and terrific and stimulating and full of intellectual challenge. I'm looking forward to seeing again at the next InCAST. Thank you so much. Yeah. Lastly, and I'd like to say a few words and with Mr. Suzuki. And Mr. Suzuki, who has been a great supporter on InCAST Day. And Mr. Suzuki, are you ready? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, hello. Yeah. 今回展示のインストールの会議のテクニカルサポートをさせていただいた鈴木聡と申します。運営サイドの一員である私からこの場を借りてちょっとご挨拶をさせていただこうと思います。I'll speak same thing in English later. で、InCAST という名称の由来がアート、科学、技術についての国際的なカンファレンスであるということを伺ったときですね、随分と貪欲なテーマであるなと感じました。で、それと同時にですね、現代において本当にやるべきことというのはこれぐらいの貪欲さを必要とするものでもありますと。科学技術の発展により時代は加速度的に変化しています。その一方で私たちの価値観や倫理観っていうのはまだこのスピードについていくことができていないというふうにも感じます。私たちはなぜ技術を発展させるんでしょう。なぜそれを使うんでしょう。それは人々を幸せにしたんでしょうか。誰が方向づけているんでしょう。私たちは他にもたくさんのことを考えなければなりませんが、濁流のような情報に飲み込まれそうな私たちは時折、一体何が問題なのか、 どれを解決するべきなのかということがわからなくなってしまいます。科学技術、それ自体はこういったことに答えてくれませんが、アートにはこういった問いを見つけたり、捉え方を変えたりするという力があると考えています。時代の変化それ自体は止められそうもありません。しかし、どの方向に向かっていくかということは、ほんの少し変えることができるかもしれません。私はこの2日間の収束する現実感をテーマとしたセッションのどれもこういった問いを深め、新たな発想を得る必要になるものであったと確信しています。発表者の方々、視聴いただいた方々、その他の関係者の皆様、ありがとうございました。また、後日このセッションをですね、録画などでご覧いただいている方も興味を持っていただいてありがとうございました。各種作品の展示については、11月、今月ですね、の21日まで東京のアップタウン高円寺ギャラリー、今スライドでちょっと映しているものなんですけれども、こちらで行われますので、日本の方で東京近辺の方ですね、ぜひお越しいただければ幸いです。Let me talk about something in English. I'm Satoshi Suzuki, in charge of the installation of the exhibition and the technical support for the conference. As a member of the management side, I would like to take this opportunity to greet you. When I heard the name InCAST came from an international conference on art, science, and technology, I felt that it was a very greedy theme. At the same time, what we really need to do in today's world is something that requires this kind of greed. With the development of science and technology, the times are changing at an accelerated pace. On the other hand, I fear that our values and ethics have not yet kept up with this speed. Why do we develop technology? Why do we use it? Has it made people happier? Who is directing it? There are so many things we need to think about, but sometimes we are so swallowed up in the muddle of information that we don't know what the issues are and which ones need to be solved. Science and technology do not answer these questions by itself, but art has the power to find issues and change the perspective. The rapidly changing world seems to be non-stoppable. However, we may be able to redirect it a little bit. I'm convinced that each of the sessions on the theme of convergence reality of the past 2 days has helped us to deepen our mind and give new ideas. I would like to sincerely thank you all the presenters, the audiences, and the other participants. Also, if you are watching this session later, I would like to thank you for your interest. Also, so the exhibition of various works will be held at Afton Koenji Gallery in Tokyo until November 21. Please visit us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and
あと、せっかくなので、もう一個、
はい、
one more thing.
Okay.
あれですね、ベロニカたちにも後で伝えてほしいんですけど、名前忘れちゃった。トレイシア・スキン、トレイシア・スキンという作品のドローイングのイベントが、日本でもアップタウン高円寺ギャラリーで、この後すぐと、20日の午後6時から3時間ほど、午後9時ほどまで、行われます。Veronica, could you say, for Poland version?
そうね。Więc tak jak wspominałam wcześniej. Słuchaj mnie? Halo? Moś,聞こえますか?
Thank you.
Tak, szanowni Państwo, tak jak wspominałam wcześniej po prezentacji pani Miki Furukały, jeśli ktoś jest na miejscu w Szczecinie, to albo będzie w przyszłym tygodniu, to gorąco zachęcamy do wzięcia udziału w instalacji Tracer Skin 2. Polska część, a japońska część znajduje się oczywiście w Uptown College Gallery w Tokio, a polska część instalacji znajduje się w czarnej sali na Akademii Sztuki w Szczecinie. Będzie ona aktywna dzisiaj od godziny 14 do 14:30 oraz w przyszłą sobotę, już Państwu mówię w jakich godzinach, w przyszłą sobotę w godzinach 10:13. Bardzo gorąco zachęcam do udziału. Już na poprzedniej edycji InCastu mieliśmy szansę również brać udział w pierwszej edycji tej instalacji i na pewno jest to przeżycie warte doznania.
Super, bardzo dziękujemy.
はい、じゃあ、これでありがとうございます。
はい。Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, and see you in next InCAST. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Bye. Yes, thank
あ
you.
りがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
see you next time. Okay, see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
聞けない。